So if there's anyone outside, I request you to kindly take your seats. Thank you.
fastest growing urban transformations in the world, and by 2030, over 600 million Indians will call cities their home. To support this growth, we need huge urban infrastructure investments. The government of India's scale, long tenor concessional and competitive financing from multilaterals like WB, ADB, and others, municipal and gold bonds, access fuel-based land value capture and monetization guidance, convergence with central and state schemes for added funding. HUDCO's pan-India network of offices and the Central Training Institute, Human Settlement Management Institute, will serve as a hub and spoke ecosystem to handhold ULPs across India in building a pipeline of bankable, future-ready urban projects. India's first urban financing exchange, built for scale, trust, and speed. Our mission is empower Indian cities to access more capital faster and on better terms. Come, partner with us to build essential and appropriate infrastructure in every city as we march towards Viksit Bharat 2047. India is witnessing one of the fastest growing urban transformations in the world, and by 2030, over 600 million Indians will call cities their home. To support this growth, we need huge urban infrastructure investments. The government of India's massive push for infrastructure development, combined with a budgetary allocation of 3.3% for GDP, is fueling high quality growth in mobility, housing, logistics, and digital connectivity. However, urban local bodies still face multidimensional challenges, from capacity building to project preparation, from fund mobilization to investment facilitation. To address these issues, HUDCO, under the guidance of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, proudly announces the Urban Invest Bill, or in short, UIWIN. HUDCO will repurpose its 20 regional offices to handle the states and cities at every step of the project journey, from identification of projects to their technical and financial structuring, capital
Request all our guests to kindly be seated. Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, respected officials, honored guests, our friends from the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of HUDCO, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the first regional event workshop of the Urban Invest Window, UiWIN, being held here in the beautiful city of destiny, Visakhapatnam. This event brings together policy leaders, urban administrators, financial institutions, and experts to deliberate on strengthening urban infrastructure, financing, and building sustainable cities across our beautiful and diversified country of India. We are delighted to be hosts to this two-day event that aims to foster collaboration, shared insights, and explore innovative financing mechanisms to urban development. Welcome officially to each one of you. And yes, you can smile back at me because we'll be spending the next 2 days together. So if I can see all of you smile back to me, please. Oh, lovely. You all look so nice today. At this time, I would love to welcome our guests and our dignitaries to the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as we welcome them. I would first like to welcome Shri Sanjay Kulshrestha, CMD, HUDCO. We then have Shri S. Suresh Kumar, IAS, Principal Secretary, MANUD, Government of Andhra Pradesh. We have with us Mr. Paul Prosy, Country Director, India, World Bank. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us in our midst Shri K.R. Srinivas, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. A huge round of applause. Shri Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister of Parliament, Ongole, Andhra Pradesh. And Shri, and our very beloved Ponguru Narayana Garu, Honorable Minister of Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Andhra Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm Vizag welcome to all of our dignitaries here on stage. If I could now request Khatri ji, Director of Finance, to welcome Shri Suresh Kumar ji. Suresh Kumar ji, sir. Welcome you this morning. I would also request Mr. Nagraj to please come forward, Director CP, to honor Shri K.R. Srinivas, Mr. Khatri to honor Srinivasalu Reddy, sir, Mr. Nagraj, if I could continue to ask you to be here, sir, so that we can welcome Mr. Paul as well. I request Ms. Anna Roy also please kindly join us on stage this morning. A huge round of applause. I request our dignitaries Thank you so much, Mr. Khatri and Mr. Nagraj, for doing the honors. I request our dignitaries, let us begin this auspicious event by the lighting of the lamp. So if I can request all of you to proceed towards the lamp so that we can begin with the lamp lighting ceremony. As you can see, gentlemen and ladies, our guests are sharing a wonderful time on stage during the lighting of the lamp. And obviously, light spreads so much of joy. What a positive and wonderful way to begin this morning and the start of this wonderful event. While our guests prepare to take the group photo, I request all our guests and participants here to kindly stand. We will be standing for the national song, followed by the national anthem. So I request everyone to stand, please. We remain standing for the national anthem as well.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much to all our dignitaries and all of you, our participants. At this time, as we begin our day, I would like to welcome Shri Sanjay Kulshrestha to proceed with the welcome address and welcoming of our guest, CMD of HUDCO. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. A warm welcome to the city of Vizag. Good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, senior officials, and the participants present here today on a lovely Sunday morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the first regional workshop of Urban Invest Window, that is UiWIN, that is you win, then I win, being held at Vizag from 15 to 16. It's a 2-day workshop in a beautiful city. We are very honored to have a presence of Shri Reddy sir, Honorable Parliament Member of Parliament from Ongel, and Chairman of the Standing Committee for Housing and Urban Affairs, whose continued guidance and support in strengthening India's urban governance by scrutinizing policies, evaluating government schemes, missions, programs, recommending reforms, and ensuring accountability of urban infrastructure and development initiatives, which is deeply appreciated. Thank you for joining. I will also like to welcome our chief guest, a very warm welcome to Shri Narayana Sir, Honorable Minister for Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh. His leadership has played a pivotal role in advancing the urban development across the state, including steering the landmark capital city project of Amravati and strengthening urban infrastructure and the governance. Thank you, sir. I also warmly welcome our guest of honor, my secretary, Shri Srinivas sir, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, whose leadership has significantly shaped the urban transformation. His contribution includes the development of Gandhinagar landmark project of Statue of Unity, the Gift City Emergence, which is a landmark international financial hub for the country, Gujarat State Water Grid, Gujarat Earthquake Rehabilitation Program, and now also he has done a very major national initiatives like Central Vista Development, Kartavya Bhavan, Seva Tirth, reflecting the Honorable Prime Minister vision for citizen-centric governance and public services. Thank you, sir, for joining, sir. You have taken out some time. I would also like to extend a special welcome to Suresh Kumar, sir, Principal Secretary, Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, along with distinguished representatives from the state government, urban local bodies, developmental authorities, financial institutions, partnership organization who have joined us from across the regions, across the country, and the representatives from the southeastern states. I will also here like to welcome and extend my thanks for Madam Anna Roy, who has joined. She is from Niti Ayog, from World Bank, Mr. Paul, from ADB, Mr. Sanjay, from NIIF, from IFC, from NAFID, and all eminent institutions who have joined us for the workshop from across the country and abroad. Thank you so much. So the background of this, I'd just like to take few minutes in the background. India is witnessing a rapid urban growth, as we all know, and by 2047 our population will be around 80 CR, which is presently around 40-45 CR. So the total population will be doubled in the urban network, and whatever we had done from last 75 years, so we have to complete that kind of urban infrastructure in next 20-22 years. So this is the vision of the Government of India, that how to create global kind of cities, how to attract the investments. And there is lot of value capturing within our own cities, within our own assets. And with the initiatives of the state government and the central government and the peoples like you, that now it is the time to create the value out of this, since the road infrastructure is there, the port infrastructure is there, many corridors are there, the coastal cities are being developed. So this workshop is all about discussing how to create value of our own assets, how to take benefit of Government of India schemes, how to attract the investors, how to issue the bonds, and lot of organizations, a lot of institutions are there to support us. And with this backdrop, on the advice of our ministry, that is MoU, HUDCO has came out with this initiative to start this one-stop solution, that is UiWIN, wherein starting from the project formulations, the policy framework, and creating the project, formulating the project, financial closures of the project through various instruments from REIT, InvIT, or AIF, or bonds, investors, loan, Government of India schemes convergence. So all the things we will be discussing, and this platform will be extending all kind of supports to all the ULBs. Sir, I am very happy to tell that we will be signing some of the MOUs. Cities has been very good and taking the initiatives for creation of the value in their own zones. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Sanjay ji, for shedding light on what the motivation behind UiWIN is, and basically answering all the how-to questions for us, and particularly thank you for choosing our beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. At this time, I would like to welcome Shri S. Suresh Kumar ji, IAS, to please come forward, Principal Secretary, MA and UD, for the keynote state address. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all dignitaries. Honorable Sri Pungur Narayana Garu, Minister for Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Andhra Pradesh. Sri Magunda Srinivas Reddy Garu, Honorable Member of Parliament Ongole and the Chairperson of the Standing Committee, Sri Srinivas Kartikala Garu, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Sri Sanjay Garu, CMD HUDCO, Country Director, World Bank, similarly Anna Roy, Madam, Project Director, Nidhi Ayog, all the other dignitaries who are here to attend this first regional workshop of Urban Invest Window. Already CMD HUDCO has briefly mentioned about the objective of this and why we are planning this workshop. I am very happy to host the first regional workshop organized by HUDCO and Ministry in Visakhapatnam. I extend a warm welcome to all the representatives from the Ministry, from HUDCO, from various financial institutions and developmental agencies, and officers from other states in the southern region, and also the municipal commissioners and other officers from Andhra Pradesh. I would like to thank MoU and HUDCO for organizing this workshop, which addresses one of the most important questions faced by the Indian cities today. We all know that India is growing very fast and the cities are growing much faster. Sanjay ji has already mentioned that, in another 5 years, by 2031, it is estimated that almost about 60 crore people will be living in the cities. But whether our cities are actually prepared to take care of these huge numbers, the infrastructure requirement, the basic amenities, including sanitation, drinking water, transportation, and various other things. If you really analyze that, it's a very scary scenario. Cities are growing, cities are becoming bigger and bigger without proper planning and without adequate infrastructure. This is a critical juncture here. Government of India has rightly recognized this, and in the latest budget also has come out with various initiatives, including the City Economic Region Plan, which Government of India has announced. Similarly, incentives for the cities for raising finances from the market, including the municipal bonds. These incentives are there. Now, I won't be going into the details of those things because in the sessions today and tomorrow, the experts from the financial sector and various other fields will be talking in detail about that. But I will only highlight a few points. Why this conference is very, very important, because we all know on the one hand, the demands of the cities are very high, but whether our cities are capable of meeting this demand is a very big thing. In fact, morning also we were having a discussion that Government of India over the years have come out with various programs like Smart City Program, Amrut, Swachh Bharat Mission and all. But unfortunately, if we look back last 10 years progress, what we find is that in spite of having budget allocation on various sectors, the capability of the cities to make use of those funds are highly limited. Many times, in fact, Secretary Sir is here, Sir will agree that, many times what happens, most of the budget allocation we are not able to utilize because most of the funding will be coming with a lot of other conditions. Like cities also have to contribute certain amount, states have to contribute certain amount. Similarly, the operation and maintenance of these assets which are created have to be done by the cities. Now, many places what is happening, we are not able to actually match this. That is a critical point where HUDCO is stepping in. Now, HUDCO is coming out with various programs with the support of the ministry to actually strengthen the cities, to make them stand on their foot and access the finance which is available. Funding is not an issue today. We have funds available with the Government of India, financial institutions, multilateral agencies. We have enough funds. But how we will be able to access these funds is most important. For that, we need to strengthen the project preparation capacity of the cities. We need to improve the credit worthiness of the urban local bodies. We need to create pipeline of bankable projects. We need to connect cities with the financial institution and investors. Similarly, enabling access to the instruments like municipal bonds, blended finance, PPP model and multilateral funding. That is the reason why today in this conference also we have asked most of the municipal commissioners, planners and engineers to also come and attend, because many times, we talk about all these things, but going back to their cities, whether these city leaders are capable of actually making use of this is a very big challenge. Briefly mentioning about Andhra Pradesh also, under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister and Municipal Administration Minister, we have done a very detailed analysis about our critical infrastructure gap. What we have realized is that to meet the requirement of 2029, just 3 years down the line, of the population of the cities, the minimum investment that we require to maintain this is or provide is around 42,000 crores. And you can imagine that this funds cannot be mobilized from the cities. It's not going to come from the state government alone. So out of this, I'm very happy to share that till now about 16,000 crore worth of projects from Amrut 2, UIDF funding, AAB funding, and various funding, we were able to launch the projects. They are actually undergoing now. In another 2 years, we are confident of completing them. They are drinking water schemes, sewerage schemes and all. But there are a lot of other requirements, including stormwater drains, solid waste management, urban mobility. These things are yet to be covered. Similarly, roads, urban roads are another important requirement, street lighting and so many other things. Now, this require another again around 25 to 30,000 crore is what the state government require in another 3 years. Now, it's a very huge task. Now, these are the opportunities where we will be able to sit together across the table. We can discuss with the financial institutions. We can discuss with the experts and come out with a solution. How together we have to work to meet this demand, and this is a great opportunity for all of us sitting here, and especially for the state of Andhra Pradesh. I'm thanking the ministry for giving us this opportunity. We will definitely make use of this, sir, and with all our HODs and the municipal commissioners here, we will try to tap into every possible source of funding, be it from the World Bank, be it from ADB, be it from HUDCO or anything. And we know that World Bank and ADB are already funding Amaravati, the state capital city. There's a session which I will be taking after this, sir. So I'll be going into more details about those funding and how we are working on that, sir. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, Suresh ji, not just for talking about the problems, but also pointing out that collaboration is key when it comes to finding solutions. And of course, HUDCO is at the forefront of that. At this time, we would like to begin today's agenda with the exchange of MOUs between HUDCO and various government agencies. The first would be between, and I would like to call upon Shri M. Nagraj, Director of Corporate Planning, to please come forward, and Shri P. Sampath Kumar, Commissioner and Director, Municipal Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to please come forward, of APUFIDC, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for the exchange of the MOU. The proposed MOU under UiWIN presents a strategic opportunity to strengthen institutional collaboration and leverage technological and financial frameworks to accelerate urban infrastructure development. Next, we have Shri BSA Murthy from HUDCO Regional Chief, Andhra Pradesh. And we have Shri TVS Narayana Rao, Municipal Commissioner, Markapuram Municipal Corporation, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, sir, on stage. The proposed MOU under UiWIN is useful in channelizing development activities in an efficient and smarter way by leveraging the financial frameworks. I would now request Shri M. Nagraj Garu, Corporate Planning Director, to please come forward, and Mr. Ketan Garg, GVMC Commissioner, to kindly come forward. GVMC, an urban local body responsible for civic administration and urban infrastructure development in Visakhapatnam, the largest city in Andhra Pradesh. GVMC governs a rapidly growing metropolitan region and serves as a major industrial, port and tourism hub. Nagraj ji, if I can request you to kindly stay on stage, sir. I would now request Dr. T.K. Sridevi, IAS, Secretary of Municipal Administration and Director General of the National Institute of Urban Management, to exchange the MOU for Government of Telangana for enhancing the capabilities of ULBs through capacity building programs with the support of HUDCO. I would like to also again ask ma'am to stay on stage for the exchange of the MoU for comprehensive development of ring-fenced area within the ULBs of the state with HUDCO partnership under UiWIN. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I now request, on behalf of HUDCO, P. Subhash Reddy, Regional Chief of Hyderabad, and I request Shri B. Sharat Chandra Garu, Municipal Commissioner, Nalagonda. This MoU is for the overall development of the ring-fenced area of Nalagonda Municipality with HUDCO partnership under UiWIN. Ladies and gentlemen, we can put our hands together for all these MoUs that are being signed. It is a great sign of development for all our states. Now, all the way from God's own country, Kerala, to the city of Destiny, I would like to call Ms. Deepa LS, Additional Director, LSGD Government of Kerala, and Shri M. Nagraj, Director of Corporate Planning. This MoU aims to development of defined area of comprehensive development with specific focus on urban rejuvenation projects under Amrut. I would now request Shri M. Adarsh, Director, Local Administration Department, on behalf of Government of Puducherry, and Shri M. Nagraj, Director of Corporate Planning, to exchange the MoUs. This MoU has been signed with an aim of reinforcing cooperation and collaboration to leverage respective strengths of the concerned institutions, department of the effective urban infrastructure development, including lending, investment, asset management, and capacity building. What a wonderful way to begin this morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can applaud all the wonderful MoUs that have been signed, and we look forward to great progress. Thank you to all our dignitaries as well, and I must empathize with all of you. You have to smile for so many photos. So I hope you all are doing well. Yes. At this time, I would like to request Shri K.R. Srinivas Garu, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for the inaugural address. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we can welcome sir with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri P. Narayana Garu, Honorable Member of Parliament, and the Chairman of the Parliament Standing Committee on Urban Affairs, Honorable Magunta Srinivasa Reddy Garu, my senior colleague, Shri Suresh Garu, Anna Royji from Niti Aayog, Mr. Paul Prosy from the Country Director of the World Bank, and my senior colleague CMD of HUDCO, which is one of the most preeminent development financial institutions of the country, my senior colleagues from the ministries, from the southern states, and all, I see many young colleagues and friends, many of whom were trained during my tenure in the Lal Bahadur Shastri Academy. So I'm delighted to see all of them, Vidyadhari and everybody else. So a warm welcome to all of you, and I'm extremely pleased to be here today. I'm particularly pleased because as I was sitting and thinking of where we are, the hospitality of Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam, a phrase came to my mind, because in the 90s, in the early 2000s, East Asian Tigers was an economic aspiration. Andhra Pradesh represents that spirit. It is a rising state with enormous enterprise, enormous capability, enormously talented people, phenomenal wealth, human resource. So it is one of those shining states that that would propel India forward. So I'm extremely happy to be here and thankful for the hospitality that the Honorable Government of Andhra Pradesh has extended to us. I also want to thank and compliment my colleague, Dr. Sanjay Kulshrestha and his team for having put together this entire concept and for having successfully transformed an idea into a reality. UiWIN was an idea that was intended to knit together a very fragmented fabric. I'll explain that as we go ahead. But however, when this urban invest window was being launched by the Honorable Minister, my Minister Shri Manohar Lalji, he said this is such a wonderful acronym. And I still remember he was so pleased. He said it is such a thing. It says you win, I win, together we win. It is UiWIN. So it is with that spirit that this urban invest window has been launched, and particularly today's workshop, which has also seen the consummation of MOUs between some of the ULBs, some of the municipal corporations and HUDCO, and going forward a lot more is going to happen. So when I see this initiative, I am extremely pleased, and I therefore once again compliment my colleagues from the HUDCO. I'm also particularly thankful to all our colleagues from the finance fraternity, whether it is the National Housing Bank, the DFB, the DFS, the large number of other colleagues who represent the entire financial architecture of the Government of India who are collaborating with this. I think collectively it is a collective achievement, and it is a platform that is being built that will take us all forward. Today, I'm also happy that all the southern states are represented here. As many of us know, and it is not a secret, to a great extent, the southern region has been driving a lot of the economic growth of the country. So therefore, it is appropriate that here again, we ideate about how should the shape of the future urbanization of the country, the future shape of urban India, how will it pan out? So in that sense, I welcome again all of you colleagues coming from the states, all the municipal corporations. It's a long list I've seen. As I was remarking to the CMD that it is quite an achievement to put all of them together on a Sunday morning. So it's a great day. It's a good beginning. It's a very auspicious beginning. Especially, I would like to thank the supportive role of Honorable Reddy sir, who is our chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee. Believe me, we spend almost 4 or 5 hours every fortnight in his committee discussing a wide array of urban issues. There must have been almost 26 different subjects that the standing committee would have discussed, and he, with his extraordinarily statesman-like approach, knits together 31 members of parliament and the officers who present themselves as witnesses to collectively imagine what should be the national vision, what should be the national agenda, what should be the common actions. So this is a direct outcome of the guidance that Reddy sir gives us. So again, we are really thankful to him. I request you to applaud. As I stand here and reflect on where we are going towards, I will pick on those strands of thoughts just so that we understand the nature of the challenge, the nature of the opportunity, and what it means in real numbers. Today, perhaps India has one more laurel to earn. We are on the verge of the greatest shift that has happened in the history of humankind. 400 million people are going to be added to the urban fabric of India, which is 50% of the total addition to the urban fabric of the world. And that is going to happen in the next 1 decade to around 12, 13 years. So this is both the challenge and the opportunity. And I must once again, as a person who has been serving this sector for nearly almost 28, 29 years, in the last 10 years, collectively, both the national, the state, and some of the private sector and all of us, we have invested, sir, about 27 lakh crores into the urban sector altogether, whether it is housing, whether it's urban mobility, whether it is urban infrastructure, whether it's public-driven financing, private financing, and so on and so forth. 27 lakh crores is not a small amount. It represents about $250 billion. The World Bank tells us that India needs to spend, and this was about 4 years back or 5 years back, that India needs to spend about $860 billion in order for it to be ready for the urbanization challenge that is coming up. Now, if you adjust it to real prices today, it is about $1 trillion is what we need to spend collectively. Now, this is the challenge that UiWIN seeks to frame in a context. It is not going to be the solution, but the only solution, but it is framing that particular challenge and the problem so that we are all aware. And as we all know, if you know what the problem is, the solutions follow. So if this is the challenge, what does $1 trillion mean? It means 100 lakh crores to be spent in 10 years. This is the money that we need to raise and that we need to spend, and we need to spend effectively, impactfully, ensuring that every rupee that is spent returns, gives us the bang for the buck. Now, when I look at this in this context, we know that there are going to be many challenges. So therefore, again, my mind went back to the old saying that India is a rich country with poor people. That is what the people used to say about 70, 80 years back, that India is a wonderfully rich country full of poor people. Now, when I look at this, I think India is a rich country with rich, prosperous, wealthy, well-educated people, but with perhaps governments with limited purse strings. So it will not be inappropriate for me to say, it therefore requires us to reconfigure our imagination. How do we take in the whole of government, whole of society, and the whole of a civilizational sort of an approach in order for us to transact this journey? Just government and public finances alone cannot take us very far. Despite the best efforts, I would imagine maybe around 10 lakh crores, maybe 20 lakh crores, because that's almost the size of the union budget. Beyond that, it would not be reasonable for us to expect this kind of a public financing. But what is definitely reasonable, what is definitely possible, what is definitely within our grasp is to excite the people, excite the markets, excite society to invest in their own future. We are standing in a state that has seen great examples of this kind of an exercise. In fact, only yesterday, in the context of the Ganga Canal, which was built by a very senior engineer called Proby Cotley, his own classmate was Arthur Cotton here, who built the Godavari system. Both were classmates. So Cotton, of course, built the Godavari system, and Cotley built the Ganga system. So we know when Arthur Cotton was building the Godavari system, we know any number of examples where villages after villages voluntarily donated money. Isn't it, sir? We all know it, we as people who grew up in this region. So that is the power of society to give. That is the power of society to contribute. That is the power of society to collaborate and cooperate. And that is why the Honorable Prime Minister always emphasizes and tells us that bhagidari sahakarikta, cooperation and participation and stakeholder engagement is the way forward. And how do you build in stakeholder engagement without a proper framework? And that is what is the challenge which UiWIN seeks to address. Urban, if I ask any one of us, if anyone is asked what is urban, I think we all have our own imagination. We have our definitions. There is no standard definition. Perhaps the best definition is what is not rural is urban. Because there is something called urban, there is suburban, there is semi-urban, there is outgrowth, there is census. So it's very, very complex because we have not been able to define what is urban. So the definition itself becomes an exercise where all of us have to think similarly, which involves cooperation. It involves the central government, involves the state governments, involves the local governments, involves the societies, and all of them coming together trying to deal with highly local issues which are at the street level, the house level, and the domestic level. So there is a fragmentation of you might say responsibility, of vision or jurisdiction. So this is an issue that needs to be brought together. The second nature of fragmentation is while the urban areas today, somebody was mentioning, are contributing to national growth. Of course they are. Today as we speak, 73% of the GDP of the country is getting generated in the urban areas. But how much of that goes back by way of tax into the urban areas? We all know it is not adequate. How much of that also gets a part of the tax base of the urban local bodies? Again, inadequate. In fact, I can give you a very startling number. Broadly, you might say there are 5,000 to 6,000 urban bodies in this country, big and small. Out of that, there are only 45 to 48 urban bodies which can actually finance their revenue expenditure. Other than these, no urban body is on its own viable financially. If that is the challenge of financial viability, we have to think collectively, all of us. Again, I am actually staring at myself in a mirror. So I'm not addressing you, I'm addressing myself. Because the challenge is towards me, just as it is towards all of you. How do we ensure that the local bodies which are responsible for these services, for well-being, for supporting good health, local progress, how do they get access to finances? How much of resource transfer is enough? How much of local taxes are enough? How do we ensure that there is enough money flowing in this direction is the other large fragmentation issue, that the money is fragmented. The third, in the world of ideas, and I'm glad that Paul is here and colleagues are also from ADB, I believe, are here. It's about there are a lot of ideas, lot of experimentation, lot of innovation that has been carried out all over the world that is not available to us. So how do we bring in that kind of expertise, that kind of soft knowledge into our thinking and our working? And how do we also internally share whatever are our individual successes? We know that one part of the country is doing very well, another part should learn. We know one city is doing very well, it has learned something, how do we share it with somebody else? And finally, how do we tell the overall market economy what is the asset base we have? And that is where the whole fragmentation of thinking comes in, which was responded to by the Niti Ayog's formulation of the economic regions and the economic growth plans of the Niti Ayog. And I would take this opportunity to compliment Srimati Anna Roy ji, who had a very important role in articulating this vision. So bringing economic thinking, financial thinking to the heart of every urban challenge is the core of the solution. And that fundamental shift has happened in the government of India. And guided by, as I said, by the Honorable Standing Committee, the Chair, Honorable Ministers, the state governments, all of us have collectively shifted out. So if you see the entire trend of fiscal the planning, the entire trend of investment planning, the budgets that are making these pronouncements year after year, whether it is cities as economic growth engines, industrial corridors. In this budget, we have last year we had the Urban Challenge Fund. This year we have the city economic regions, various nodal activities, whether it is about education, whether it's about pharma, whether it is about new technologies, data centers, so on, so on. All of these are indicative of an economic thinking. Now, economic thinking will start working when we understand that we have to pay for what we consume. But we also should be aware that what we consume should be well consumed. It should not be in excess. So the bigger challenges, before I go on to the other point, is that what we consume as, say, half of the population of natural resource must be built or consumed in a manner that it is localized in its full utilization. Now, for instance, this year's economic survey gives us a data point. It says India is the third largest contributor of untreated water. Just imagine how much of water is carried from the river systems through pipeline networks, through pumping stations, through water treatment systems, and finally to our homes. And when the water reaches that home, 87% of that water goes away waste. How do we not realize that we have to put it to multiple uses and ensure that there is a net zero impact? Similarly, look at the amount of resource that is actually coming into our consumption pattern in the urban areas. So there is great opportunity for circularity economy. There is great opportunity for climate finance, great opportunity for ensuring zero impacts, net zeros. So this is the environmental sort of a responsibility that we need to be looking at. But more importantly, which is the real core of, I think, UiWIN thinking, is how do we identify what asset do we have that can be presented as an investable option. So, for example, if we have a small stadium in a small municipality, and that stadium can be put to various types of entertainment, various types of sporting, and various types of other activities, revenue can be generated. But today, many of us as municipal leaders don't recognize the intrinsic economic value of the assets we are having. So on the one hand, the MoU is actually working with all of you. Sir, we are creating asset registers for all the municipal bodies, so that we know today, the last 25, 30 years, every time we went to the market, we said, okay, this is our tax revenue, this is our property tax, we'll ring fence this, and therefore give us a bond or whatever, some kind of a financing. So we don't have enough to show there. But what we have is enormous asset that lies, first of all, unrecognized, secondly, unassessed. For example, what is the value of the asset that is there in the Visakhapatnam, the value of that beach? Can you put a number to it? Just imagine what number can be attributed to it and what kind of an economic transaction can happen around it. So once you have a value that is broadly accepted, then the investing community, the investing public would be willing to put their money behind it. In order for that to happen, the last fragmentation that we have is our inability of all of us to talk to the capital markets and tell us, okay, I have these assets, I'm a rich man, or I'm a poor man with a lot of assets, but I really don't know how to monetize my asset. So therefore, HUDCO has been requested to put in place the UiWIN framework, where they provide that bridge, they provide that link, they provide the articulation so that you can make your project reports, you can talk to intermediaries, you can talk to the merchant bankers, and you will be able to then transact with potential investors. There's a lot of money. I will take more time, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Sorry.
You cannot stop me here. That's precisely what I'm telling her. So, the point I'm making is, because this is really what is getting done in Delhi, the policy that is being formulated. So, what we need to really be doing is identify how much, in what manner can we transact, how much money can we raise. In order for us to raise that, because if you raise that money, then you are able to tap into the potential 4 lakh crores that has been announced last year as a part of the UCF. 1 lakh crore is 25%. So we are talking about 4 lakh crore. And I am sure with the support of Reddy sir, that 4 lakh will become many more. But we have to show our ability to spend. We can't say we are not spending. The fact of the matter is, as Mr. Suresh mentioned, we are not able to spend that money. That means there is a capacity problem. How do we overcome that capacity problem is a separate issue. But coming back, the more important, and since two very eminent political personalities are here and all of you are there, is the last fragmentation I want to mention. Sir, I think it is high time, and I say it with a great degree of responsibility as somebody who has spent 37 years serving the government, and I have little bit time more, but now one of the first jobs I had to do was implement the 74th Amendment by carrying out the state amendments. I'm talking about 1993. But today, there is the last administrative fragmentation that has to be corrected and brought in line with economic thinking. And this, sir, is this. In our country, administration is organized around the principle of political representation. Wards are organized on the basis of voters. Wards are organized on the basis of what will be the catchment area. Again, this is a conventional way of thinking. There was nothing wrong in what was done earlier. Administrative jurisdictions were organized in the form of political representation. Whether it is, let us say, assembly jurisdictions, whether it is municipal council jurisdictions or whatever. At least at the local level, in the urban areas and in the rural areas, I would submit, as somebody who has understood and studied this sector, if this representation is organized around the economic principle, what are those territorial jurisdictions that contain economic viability, which then can become a legal entity. They will have a legal persona, and therefore an investable persona will of course have political representation. There is absolutely no problem in organizing ourselves differently. I believe this is the biggest next challenge we have to handle. So I would therefore urge all of you to imagine, supposing you had a ward that had within itself a market, it had within itself maybe a entertainment places, transit nodes, residential areas, etc., which are not necessarily self-sufficient, but reasonably of a reasonable size. And if that were to be posed as a legal entity through maybe the ward committee, through whatever you might call, how you want to represent is within the political state domain, the governments can think in whatever manner. But if there is a legal person there who is then approaching the market and saying, I want to approach this market, I want to set up a REIT for this particular ward or this particular jurisdiction, there will be people willing to invest, sir. If we say that we want to generate an InvIT for that particular area and jurisdiction, there will be money that will flow. And let us keep it small. We need not look very big, because then we will find that there is enormous money that is available to be tapped that is available to flow, because then this $1 trillion is not even 20% or 25% of India's market capitalization. Money can flow. I was just wondering and asking Sanjay ji, there is a cap, not a cap, but there is an indicator to mutual funds that you can invest up to 15% in infrastructure. I asked him how much of that money went into urban infrastructure. Little bit, some airports here and there. But supposing we had these kind of investable, visible, viable, localized projects, there will be any amount of money that can flow in this direction and become the true vehicle for localization of democratic processes, localization of local management, and then enable a lot of local engagement. I think, sir, these are ideas as I said, I say it with not only sincerity, with a huge degree of responsibility, because I think it is possible, and I would submit that it is the time to do it now, and that is the only way, perhaps, we will be able to take this entire challenge forward. And I know that the states that are represented here, and particularly the state of Andhra Pradesh, can give us a lead into how the national policy can shape. And I can say, as somebody who is serving the union government, a lot of conversation in the union government looks to the absolutely dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Very often, once a day, some other conversation comes up about the kind of innovative steps that are being taken here. So I believe that during the next 2 days, during this conference and during these deliberations, ideas will be thrown up which will help the national government to take more innovative, more proactive policy measures. I wish this conference once again great success, and I wish through all these actions a lot of money will flow in, and I wish that we will then be able to really realize the vision of Mahatma Gandhi, which is localization of governance, so that we own our own local responsibility. Thank you once again for this opportunity to speak to all of you and for having heard me very patiently. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Srinivas ji. Thank you for all your insights and nearly 4 decades of wisdom that you have shared with us, sir. But 2 things stood out for me. One, you spoke about the hospitality of Andhra Pradesh, and if I may say in Telugu, I will translate for our non-Telugu friends as well. Ma Krishna valdi, Godavari valdi, Maryadalu Mamulga undavu. Oh, okay. So definitely for our non-Telugu speaking friends, the people that live around the Krishna and Godavari, our hospitality is not an ordinary hospitality. It is extraordinary, and I know those who are from here can vouch for that. And sir, I will borrow that line, you win, I win, together we win, and I'm going to use that over the next 2 days. At this time, I would request Shri Srinivasalu Reddy Garu, Honorable Member of Parliament, Ongole, Andhra Pradesh, for a special address as guest of honor. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, dear friends. Morning. The dignitaries on the dais. Welcome address and presiding by CMD HUDCO, Sri Sanjay Kulshrestiji, the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Minister for Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Ponguru Narayan Garu. One more great personality from Government of India, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Sri Srinivas R. Katikatalaji. Our Secretary, Principal Secretary, MA and DD, Government of Andhra Pradesh, S. Suresh Kumarji, and Madam Manitaji, and our Director, Mr. Paul. The officers who have attended, the District Collector, Joint Collector, and Vizag Municipal Corporation Commissioner, and the Director CMDA, and dignitaries from HUDCO, ADB. I warm welcome everybody and my heartful namaskarams for everybody also. Sir, this is a great event for Andhra Pradesh. I'm very, very happy. I'm waiting for a long time, this kind of conference to be conducted here in Andhra Pradesh, being in my own state and under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. The state is progressing very well, and if you see that also urbanization in Andhra Pradesh is growing too much. We are talking about people coming from rural area to urban areas. If you see the Vizag city, it is bubbling. And every day if you see that a lot of people are coming here for work and settling here itself. A lot of activity is going on here. So like that you are planning here, sir, Secretary sir, whatever is there, you have told, all valuable things only. All important things for the country. And you have put it in a nutshell that, you have got lot of money to spend. But governments have to come forward, state governments especially. And local bodies, municipalities, corporations or municipalities and small nagar panchayats, everything. Sir, as example you have given also, ward-wise and everything. If you create some beautiful, entertainment or, educative or whatever is there are people to, always spend. As we have been meeting, sir, in the Delhi, Secretary, sir, every time whenever I come to your office, all your officials will say, especially Dr. Tara Madam also, sir, Andhra Pradesh is a rich state, but you are not tapping the resources. But they buy lots in gold and store it there just without any productive purpose. If you give this kind of schemes, definitely they will invest also. We welcome Madam also. She has come in as Dr. Sridevi from Telangana also, ma'am. We welcome. So this kind of feeling is there in everybody's minds. We should create good infrastructure. That's what everybody is looking at. And at least, sir, yours first regional workshop of the Urban Invest Window, UiWIN, definitely will succeed also, since you have started from Visakhapatnam under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. The same way, our Honorable Minister for Municipal Administration, Narayan Garu, totally he is devoting his time for Amaravati, CRDA. That means, actually, sir, you also funded well along with the ADB and World Bank. The way it is progressing, you must see that also, it is a model for the entire country, sir. So much of money, if you give also, the activity is required. And day to day, when you see that progress there in Amaravati, it is amazing. That is actually total efforts of, our Mantri Garu, Minister Garu, Narayan Garu. We must applaud him also for his lot of efforts. And we hail from same Nellore place, sir. We should be, proud of, such kind of, good minister, always. Because he develops, not only that, in Nellore also district, and as Nellore Municipal Corporation, and his Chela is there, Municipal Commissioner, that, Obule Sunandan. He does very well also under our minister's instructions. I can see a lot of things, because I belong to Andhra Pradesh. My parliamentary constituency is Ongole. It is in Andhra Pradesh. God's grace, our family has won about 7 times from the same constituency. We have been contesting there 9 times. And by, Ongole parliamentary constituency there, I am trying to get some from HUDCO. Sanjay ji is very kind also. He has already instructed, our Andhra people, Murthigar and everybody. Now we handed into a MoU with Markapur municipality, and Ongole municipality is also likely to also get some more funds from you, sir. Sir, as far as creating infrastructure, I wonder that normally you have been telling also now our committee, when we go for study tours, I canvass for HUDCO. When the chief secretaries attend the committee tours generally, I'll tell that what are your projects waiting. See, when I went to Himachal Pradesh, Shimla, our Chief Secretary of Himachal Pradesh was there. He said, sir, because there the airport is very, very small. That's on the tip of the hill only. Very risky. How the people, only the flight can, land. That is only 26-seater flight. Then the Chief Secretary has requested, sir, we have got airstrip to be created there in Kangra area. Funds are not there. Then I requested HUDCO people. After that, in 6 months' time, I come to know from Sanjay ji that we have actually sanctioned 2,500 crores for that airport itself, sir. It's a great achievement. Like that in many places. Recently, we went to Lakshadweep also. Our Honorable Prime Minister has visited that. Bangaram Island is a beautiful island. So there is no conference hall in that resort. Then HUDCO people were also there. We said 120 crores. Sir, we'll come forward and we'll give the loan and invest for this. So like that, they are doing many airports also, even in Andhra Pradesh. Sir, I look forward to see you one more airport that is in my parliamentary constituency, Ongole. Our Honorable Chief Minister is also has assured that is also being going forward, sir. Sir, our Secretary Sahib has mentioned that lot of funds are available. That is 100% sure. People wants to invest, but a proper investment. And actually now the state's contribution also for all the projects which are centrally sponsored. States have to contribute some of the percentage of the thing. But states are also struggling for funds. Because there is there are no revenues for the states. So for that, sir, our Honorable Chief Minister has found public-private participation and HAM model, hybrid annuity model also. Sir, along with that, when HUDCO is also going to fund the private promoter for those projects, definitely, sir, we can also do much more progress in Andhra Pradesh. Sir, I am not only talking about Andhra Pradesh every time. Sir, this is very much required for the entire country because the commissioners and the engineers have come from almost 5 states. Every state, even in Telangana also, madam is there. So there also they can take a lot of money from HUDCO. Not only that, just now also that Sanjay ji was telling in the breakfast table that 1,60,000 crores now commitments are there. So now they are going to stop taking also now the commitments because they wanted to complete this. Not only that, if the states are coming forward, they can go tap the market internationally. Lot of money is available there also, and they can fulfill the needs of everybody. There, now my last thing, I will not take much of our time. This urbanization is taking, in a rapid place. And our Honorable Chief Minister, now new program has come. That is, earlier he used to say that family planning. Now family management. Earlier he used to say that, one or two. And of late, what has happened with these youngsters? Thinking, one or none only. That means no population. When you are talking about urbanization, when degrowth is happening in our country, our Honorable Chief Minister has made a good program that family management. So minimum 3 children are required to everybody, every family. And even these local body elections, there is a restriction of 2 people, the 2 children. Now he is going to relax it. So when this comes into effect, sir, the urbanization also will go in a big way, and we will have to spend a lot of money here for because HUDCO, this MoHUA has to take more active parts also in this urbanization coming forward. Sir, we must respect our Honorable Central Minister, Mr. Qatar also, to give so much of strength for our MoHUA, that is ministry, headed by Mr. Srinivas Garu. I am very, very proud. He is basically from Andhra, but Gujarat cadre. We are proud of you, sir, sitting in Delhi also, doing a lot of things for the country. And sir, Jaideep ji also, he is here, his colleague also. He is planning to do, Narayan Garu, metro here, Vizag. So it is a great opportunity for also to get metro here in Vizag. Sir, you are all here. Try to do something for our Andhra Pradesh. This is our Honorable Chief Minister has a lot of vision. That is Viksit Bharat and Swarna Bharat also for 2047. He is keeping a lot of dreams and ideas in our mind. So kindly I request HUDCO Sanjay ji to have good eye on Andhra Pradesh and try to resolve also more projects which our honorable Minister Garu and our Secretary also Suresh Garu will try to send you the proposal, sir. Thank you very much for giving all valuable time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivasulu Reddy Garu, for your insights, and definitely the PPP model has worked so well in our state. Thank you for highlighting that, and also for the contributions of HUDCO, sir. And definitely we all look forward to landing at your airport very, very soon as well. I now like to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Ponguru Narayana Garu, for his address this morning. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir. It is an honor to have you here.
Distinguished guests, Honorable Member of Parliament, Sri Magunti Srinivas Reddy Garu, Sri Srinivas R. Katakitla, Secretary Mahava, and Sri Sanjay Kulasesti, CMD of HUDCO, Sri Suresh Garu, Principal Secretary MoUD, and Sri Anna Rai, Principal Economic Advisor Niti Ayoga, and Paul Prosi, Operations Manager and Acting Country Director, World Bank, and officials from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. It is a privilege to address you at this first regional workshop of Urban Invest Window here in Visakhapatnam. We are at the turning point where India's urban sector is undergoing rapid transformation, particularly in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, which requires sustainable and quality infrastructure to improve the quality of life of our citizens. HUDCO, a Navaratna central public sector enterprise with over 55 years of experience, has been a pillar in financing housing and infrastructure development across the nation. In its long-standing commitment to the nation's growth, HUDCO has done extensive work in project financing by facilitating sanctions and timely releases in all the infrastructure sections. These financial contributions have been instrumental in bridging the massive investment gap in urban infrastructure across India. Particularly in Andhra Pradesh, HUDCO has sanctioned more than 51,000 crores and released around 30,000 crores after state bifurcation. These loans covering Amaravati capital city, development of airports at Bhogapuram, Orvakal, Dagadarthi, water supply and underground sewerage projects, affordable housing, energy sector, transport sector, telecommunication sectors. HUDCO is not only looking the profitability, it is also contributing to the society with its CSR activities such as health care and school infrastructure and other infrastructure. To further this mission, to improve the urban sector infrastructure, HUDCO recently launched UiWIN as a comprehensive one-step solution to support our urban local bodies and urban authorities, focusing on 2-tier and 3-tier towns. We recognize that many ULBs and special purpose vehicles face challenges in developing bankable projects and securing long-term financing. UiWIN is designed to address these gaps by providing technical, financial, and planning support, acting as a vital bridge between cities, state governments, and multilateral agencies like the World Bank and ADB. As the Minister for Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, I request HUDCO to use its experience through UiWIN to provide dedicated end-to-end technical and financial holding to our urban local bodies to successfully develop bankable projects in critical urban infrastructure sectors such as water, sanitation, transport, and housing through monetization of land assets, etc. Furthermore, I ask HUDCO specifically assist our officials in unlocking the potential of Urban Challenge Fund using initiatives like Amravati as a benchmark and guide them on asset monetization and credit rating improvements to transform our small towns and cities into investment ready, financially self-sufficient. Throughout this workshop, Andhra Pradesh and other participant states, municipal commissioners and CEOs may engage in sessions focused on development of bankable projects, asset monetization, credit rating, and municipal bonds to make our towns, cities investment ready with better living conditions. Our goal is to promote financially self-sufficient cities and to achieve low carbon, resource efficient urban development. I urge all participants, officials from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, Karnataka, and Kerala to utilize this platform to transform their urban visions into realities by making use of UiWIN. Thank you.
It is an honor to have you here with us, Narayana Garu, and thank you so much to all our dignitaries who shared their thoughts and wisdom with us this morning. At this time, I would like to welcome on stage Sri M. Nagaraj ji, DCP HUDCO, for the vote of thanks as we come to the close of our inaugural session. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Respected dignitaries in the dais, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you as we are approaching the end of inaugural session on UiWIN Urban Investment Window. It is my privilege and honor to extend a vote of thanks to those who contributed for the success of this program. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude to Honorable Minister Sri Pongur Narayana Garu for gracing this workshop as a chief guest, for his inspiring address on strengthening urban infrastructure and financing mechanism for our cities. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Honorable Sri Magunta Srinivas Reddy Garu, Member of Parliament and Chairperson, Standing Committee on Housing and Urban Affairs, Lok Sabha, for his valuable presence and insightful address for his continuous guidance. Sir, we are deeply honored and grateful to our Sri Srinivas R. Katikatala Garu Sahab for his continuous support, and he is the architect for urban infrastructure wing, and he has been guiding us from day to day. Not only that, he has also repurposed HUDCO into special purpose vehicle kind of things. We have been traditionally financing housing urban development project, but we are completely repurposing, reorienting ourselves because of his continuous guidance. Thank you so much, sir. My sincere thanks to Sri Suresh Kumar Garu, IAS Principal Secretary, MoDA, Government of Andhra Pradesh, for his keynote address and such a strong advocating for urbanization in the state of Andhra Pradesh. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our beloved leader, Sri Sanjay Kulshastraji, Chairman and Managing Director at HUDCO, for his leadership and constant guidance for making these programs such a wonderful. I also extend my sincere thanks to Madam Annarai Niti Ayog and also Mr. Paul, Country Head, World Bank. And I would like to acknowledge all the senior government officials from the states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Telangana, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Puducherry, including principal secretaries, municipal commissioners, smart city officials, representatives of development authorities for their active participation in this workshop. I also extend my sincere appreciation and thanks to representatives from NITI Aayog, NIF, World Bank, NAFID, NIUA, ADB, ASCI, Deloitte, IFC, India Rating, Grant Thornton India, Janagraha, AK Capital, Tipson Group, ESRI, India PRP, and Professional Age, Trust Capital, and other participating institutions in the field of urban development and infrastructure financing. This knowledge, experience, and insights will certainly enrich our discussion for the next 1.5 days to overcome this workshop and help cities build stronger, reliable, resilient, sustainable, and preparing for a bankable project. I would like to thank all the speakers, moderators, participants for taking time to their busy schedule to be part of this important event. Finally, last but not least, my sincere appreciation thanks to the organizing entire HUDCO team for such a wonderful event, for my colleagues from HUDCO, whose dedicated efforts have been made this workshop possible. With these words, I once again thank all the distinguished dignitaries and participants for gracing this occasion and contributing this program very successful. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Nagraj-ji. I just call upon Shri Sanjay-ji to present mementos to our chief guest this morning, Shri Narayana Garu, our Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us this morning, despite your busy schedule. I also request Sanjay-ji to present a memento of our gratitude for his time this morning. Honorable Member of Parliament to Srinivasulu Reddy Garu. Thank you, sir, for your time this morning and for sharing your insights. I also request Sanjay-ji to present Shri K.R. Srinivas Garu, Secretary of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Thank you for your wisdom and your insights that you have shared, sir. I request Nagraj-ji up on stage again to present a memento to Shri Suresh Kumar-ji as a token of our gratitude. Also to Paul Prosy for being with us this morning, the Country Director of World Bank. And if I may request Mr. Khatri, Director of Finance, to please come forward to present a memento to Ms. Anna for being with us here this morning. Thank you everyone for being present here with us at this inaugural session. We will be breaking for a quick bio and coffee break. Coffee is being served outside. We will take 15 minutes and after that we will once again convene in this hall. I also request our friends from the media and press to kindly go to Hall Pearl 2 for the press meet. A repeat of the announcement. We will break only for 15 minutes, so I request all our guests to kindly join us back in this hall after 15 minutes. To all our friends in the media and press, we have a press meet organized at the hall Pearl 2, so kindly meet there for the press meet. Thank you. Mr. Suresh will discuss about infrastructure development in Andhra Pradesh. Very interesting. Followed by Ms. Anna Roy, who will give us a presentation on City Economic Region, new initiative in the Union budget. If I may request Shri S. Suresh Kumar ji to kindly take your place on the dais, and Ms. Anna Roy. I think as we wait, I would just like to share a few things about HUDCO. Our company is the Housing and Urban Development, the premier techno financing public sector enterprise in the field of housing, infrastructure, and development in our country. With an authorized capital of 2,500 crores as on date, HUDCO has a paid up equity of rupees 2,000.90 crores. The corporation is headquartered in National Capital of New Delhi and operates through a strong and multidisciplinary workflows placed over a nationwide network of regional development offices, with its corporate vision of being a leading techno-financial institution for transforming the lives of people. I would now like to welcome Shri Sanjay ji for your presentation.
Good evening, good morning, friends. So let me start with the background of the UiWIN that we are started discussions from the morning. I think a lot of things had been spoken and a lot of ideas had been discussed during the inauguration session. So a lot of things that we had already discussed, that HUDCO is a 5-decade-old organization. We are into the financing, consultancy, capacity building. We have a Human Settlement and Management Institute also, who trains domestics as well as the international participants. It's a multi-sectoral financing company, so it's a sector agnostic finance company. We supplement the efforts of the government of India through various measures like Amrit or PMAY or Swachh Bharat or Jal Jeevan or Smart City. It's a listed company, 75% owned by government of India. Navratna Institute, and we work on the profitability with social justice. Next. So this is the area of operation. If you see, we operate in an entire country, and we have our 20 regional offices. Region means it's a state, so all bigger states has a regional office, and a lot of decentralized powers are there with the regional offices. We have 11 developmental offices also who especially takes care of the consultancy need of that particular state or the union territory, and there is a training institute. So we are 360-degree financing solutions, affordable housing, social infra, commercial infra, land acquisition, then counterpart requirement of the states under PMAY, Smart City, Amrit, or Swachh Bharat, Jal Jeevan, to name the few, then the capacity building and the consultancy. So loan portfolio includes the core infra, energy, mobility, smart cities, emerging sectors, housing. So it's a multi-sectoral kind of loan portfolio. So the benefits are visible, and since states have a lot of confidence in the model of the HUDCO, so it's a low cost financing. We always believe that we need to cut down our cost of fund, and then only the viability, sustainability, and the bankability of the urban infra projects, which is a very complex and very challenging fact. So we generally believes in low cost financing. We source our finances from the international markets as well and the domestic markets. There is a flexibility in the loan terms, and we can go as high as up to 25 years, and with the moratorium flexibility, maybe 3 years or 5 years of the time. So we works under the RBI framework of project financing. But at the start of the project, we handhold our borrowers, we understand the project, we help them in formulation of the project, and then only the financing is being done. But if you see the turnaround time from start to sanction of the project is not more than a one month kind of thing. Then there is no upfront cost or processing charges kind of thing. Then principal repayment, moratorium I had already talked. Interest reset is on yearly basis, so it's a very transparent process that every year we will pass on whatever the benefits of the market to our borrowers. Then it's a transparent processing, it's an online processing, so we are holding a paperless kind of offices. All the sanctions disbursements are IT enabled on a real-time basis, you can see. We can extend large portfolio of the loans, like in Amravati here, as Honorable Minister was saying, we had extended around 11,000 crores. So these are some of the initiatives recently that we had taken. We had created an urban mobility fund. So mobility is like e-buses or metro companies, Rapid Rail, Namo Bharat. So we had created a fund of 2 billion, which will be extended to the primarily to the metro companies at a cost plus kind of basis. It's a market representation through the dollar or yen denominated funding that we have started. We are also extending the bridge loan facilities, as we knows that now there is a SNS Sparsh portal from which all the disbursement of Government of India schemes and the missions are being extended. So 40% or whatever the counterpart requirement is required from the state. So if they want for a short term or very short term with no prepayment charges, we had extended this bridge loan facility to ensure that the portion of the Government of India will come on a timely basis, and the payment to the contractors will be done, and there will not be any cost overrun or time overrun kind of thing. We had started technical assistance fund out of our own profits also, just like the World Bank has or multilateral banks have. So we had earmarked a technical assistance fund. So in a very limited way, we will be hand-holding the ULBs. Primarily, it is for the ULB and for their capacity building. Then PPP projects also we have started, and as we all know that Government of India has came out with the Urban Challenge Fund, where the 50% funding or 50% project execution has to be done by the PPP players. So we will be funding the PPP players as well. So we had discussed a lot regarding the growing urbanization and the expeditious and accelerated urbanization. So I will skip this slide, but if you see, the urban population was 4x between 1970 to 2018, from around 10 crores to 46 crores, and by 36 it is expected to become 60 crores, and by 2050 it is around 87 crores. So around 50% of the population is expected to be in the urban class. As per the recent studies, high-level committees, so around 75 to 80 lakh crores investment is required. 75 to 80 lakh crores investment is required during 2021 to 2036. And generally the required expenditure as a percentage of GDP is around 1.18%. So presently we are only doing 0.68%, and that is the main aim of the Government of India, that how to expedite the investment and how to create value out of your own assets. these are some of the challenges we all know, since you are working in the field, so you know better than us that what kind of challenges the ULBs are facing. But the prime challenge is that prime challenge is not the availability of fund, rather it is absorption of the fund, the capacity to create and formulate the projects. So these are few issues that we all know, so I will not go into the detail. State governments are also now started working on the governance and the administrative challenges. Infrastructure gaps are being looked at. So lot of works we had already started, like in AP, I was talking to Honorable Minister and Suresh Saab. They are all working on these challenges and how to mitigate this gap between the challenge and the mitigation. So these are few commitments from the Government of India, starting from the Madam is here. So city economic region, the Government of India in its budget 26-27 has announced 7 city economic regions, and every city economic region has a allocation of 5,000 crores. So Madam will be explaining a lot about that. It's a reform linked disbursement. Then high speed rail is also there. Other than that, lot of corridors are also announced in the budget, be it textile park or chemical park, industrial park. So lot of policies are started in this budget, and everything is contributed towards the good service level index for the citizens. Then in the last budget, Urban Challenge Fund was declared. It's a 4 lakh crore project. So 1 lakh crores, that is 25% will be coming from the Government of India, and another 1 lakh crores has to be arranged by the state governments, and 2 lakh crores it is provision that it will come from the private sector players. So here it is a reform based kind of scheme to make the cities as a growth hub, a livable options. Then 16th Finance Commission recently has came out in a very big support for the urban infrastructure. So around 250% hike in the allocation for urban expenditures. Other than that, special grant of around 56,000 crores is also there. And it will develop a comprehensive wastewater management systems in the for the cities having population between 10 to 40 lakhs. Then there is a framework, then there is a support which is further extended from the Amrit. Under Amrit, it was 200 crores, were there for 200 crores of the municipal bonds, and here now it is increased to 100 crores, and the total bond size is expected is around 1,000 crores. So it's a 10% subsidy that the Government of India is extending. Then UIDF is already there. Top of it, Amrit, Smart Cities or PMAY 2.0 or Swachh Bharat Mission, it is already there. So money is not a problem. So lot of money is on the platter. So with all these challenges, mitigations, discussions, availability of funds, under the guidance of MoUA and Honorable Minister, Mr. Manohar Lalji, this initiative was taken. It's a urban invest window. So it's a you win or I win, so we win kind of effort that the HUDCO has taken. So urban invest window is a one-stop end-to-end kind of solutions to the ULBs in developing bankable projects. So when we talk about the bankability of the project, so 2-3 things comes to your mind, that how to make the projects bankable, because here there is no regulated flow of any revenues, or because service charges or that kind of things are not so matured in our Indian scenarios. So how to make that bankable project? So we need to identify our assets, land banks, create the project, and before identifying the projects, I think it is better that what kind of economic activity is predominantly available in the ULB that needs to be identified. So like in Vizag, if we see, maybe tourism will be one of the industry that can come up, and out of the tourism as a epicenter, we need to create the project. Then we have to see what is the level of income and what is the level of expenditure, and how the income can be enhanced and how the expenditures can be optimized. So all the project has to be seen with all these 3 things, that what will be the economic activity in this city or a region or a ULB, then how to reduce the expenditure. You may be having an expenditure of say energy bill, then how it can be replaced through renewable energy or some new or renewable kind of efforts that the state can take. You may have a water bill, then how the PPP projects for the, say, desalination plants can be, which is backed by the renewable energy, can be set up, and per kiloliter cost can be reduced. How the water sports or the hotels or the resorts or that kind of ecosystems can be created. I'm particularly talking about the city of Vizag. So in all your cities also, you may be able to find out the economic activity epicenter, which will create the value, and on that basis, the bankability of the projects will come. So we will be sending our teams to the ULBs, and these teams will be doing particularly two things. One is they will study the assets and the economic model of that particular ULB, and out of that they will create the project. And these projects will be divided into primarily three parts. So one part will be the direct bankable options, maybe some parking space can be created, or riverfront can be created, or renewable energy plant can come. So all these projects which are under the category of the bankable project, they can be implemented through PPP model, or say HAM model, or some AIF, that is alternate investment funds, or that kind of initiative and instruments can come, and the private sector player can come and optimize the cost, and they will take care of the service operation and maintenance. Second category of the projects are those projects where the bankability is not coming out of that particular projects. So wherein some viability gap funding is required. So now we know that Urban Challenge Fund is there, wherein around 50% viability fund up to that point is available. So we can create that kind of project which requires up to 50% of the VGF, and that can be covered under the UCF. Under the UCF, there is one more step initiative has been taken by Government of India for primarily Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, which are population of 10 lakhs. So a partial guarantee fund is created. So in case some small ULBs have a projects of say 10 crores, till now bankers or financial institutions are not coming forward to finance these kind of projects, and they are looking at some insecurity, or there is a possibility of NPA, so the ULBs were not getting that kind of loans from the banks. So here the 70% credit guarantee, that is 70% guarantee is being taken under this fund, and this fund size is around 5,000 crores. It's a huge fund. So initially the states can, the ULBs can come up with say 10 crores project, and 7 crores will be taken care, guaranteed by the partial guarantee fund. In case the project fails or the model doesn't work, then the lenders will be safeguarded out of the 70%. So this is a big initiative for particularly Tier 3 or Tier 2 kind of ULBs. So ULBs can be facilitated out of this, and HUDCO is also coming out with a product to support these ULBs in a smaller loan, and we can aggregate the requirement of on a state level, that these are the 60-70 ULBs requiring 10 crores each, and you can aggregate this thing, and the loans can be extended against the projects. It is actually, if you see, we are repurposing HUDCO. It is no more a normal financial institution. We are trying to add value in whatever we do, whatever loans we are extending. So other than the profit-making kind of work, we are repurposing the HUDCO in a nation-building form, supporting the government and the state government and the ULB officials how to create value out of their assets as well as the human capacities. We are very closely working with the state government. So then these teams will come up with the project, then the structuring of the projects will be done, and post structuring we will see how the financial closure can be done. Financial closure can be done through say HUDCO loan or World Bank loan or ADB loan, or through some bonds also, or some investors also, or maybe an instrument called AIF also. If some of the assets which are revenue earning, we can discuss how to create the InvITs, smaller InvITs can be formed. So all these instruments are there, which are available, which are legally there, SEBI approved models are there. A lot of revenue can be uncapped out of these things. And we have to make the pipeline of the bankable projects which are investment ready, so that this UCF or UIDF or whatever funds are available, it can be tapped upon. So these are the three verticals of the UiWIN. So I had already discussed that asset identification, we will create the inventories and the digitalization of the asset register. Similarly, digitalization of the annual accounts, the incomes and the expenditure will also be done. The objective is very clear, how to maximize the value of the assets, the resource identification, planned borrowing limits, so that ULB, as the secretary was saying, that let us make a ward a profit-making kind of entity, which will be more monitored, which can come up with some investment and return on the investment. So it is a borrowing plan of the ward and aggregation up to say ULB levels. Then the capacity of servicing the debt. Here we will do one more thing, that how to converse the Government of India initiatives, because lot of funds are available, but it is so decentralized that Amrit is being done in one area or Swachh Bharat is being done in another area. PMAY efforts are being done in separate area. So we can ring fence one area and whatever trunk infrastructure is required, because until and unless we have a trunk infrastructure in particular ring fenced area, the private player will not come. So that kind of ecosystem we need to create, and through the government support or state government support, these kind of infrastructure also needs to be converged upon. Then the project formulation, so conceptualization to identification to preparation of the DPRs, TEV studies, the project structuring, PPP framework, and then the financial closure, starting from the credit rating, strengthening own resources, so reducing of expenditure, enhancing the incomes, accessing the multilateral, bilateral FDIs, PPP supports, and municipal bonds issuance. So UiWIN efforts are aligned with the Government of India initiative, from starting from the Urban Challenge Fund or City Economic Region, because everything, whatever we are discussing or whatever the policy makers or the finance ministry is discussing, that how to create the city as a growth hub or the ward or the ULB as a growth hub. So all the initiatives will be around that thing, and UiWIN window will handhold the state bodies into these initiatives. So this is the roadmap of this workshop. So context is started with the technical sessions, and the madam will be presenting how the city economic region can be tapped and become a big economic centers of the state. We can have a technical sessions on the municipal assets monetization, registers, bankable projects, then the technical sessions on the finance commission grants which are available, then the UCF and UIDF and how the pooling fund, and we will also be discussing the municipal bonds, the financial models, and the financing options and the financial closure. And in the end, we will be discussing the unlocking infrastructure growth and financing in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So with this, I would like to thank you all, and we all will be having a great time. So another 1.5 days discussing and sharing your ideas and making it more bankable idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanjay ji, for all the inputs and for also talking about end-to-end solutions that this will, the UiWIN will actually provide for us. At this time, I would like to invite Ms. Anna Roy, Program Director, Niti Aayog, to come forward and share her presentation. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, from here it's not visible. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to invite me for this inaugural regional workshop. It's really nostalgic because Vizag was a place, one of the places where we started our entire CR, the City Economic Region work. And now to come back full circle to talk about implementation is really heartening. Doing it within a record time. Last year only the plan was launched, and now we are already talking about implementation is also extremely encouraging. No, no. Yes. You'll move it or should I move? No, it's not working, I think. Okay, so this slide is not visible, but basically I was asked to speak on the budget announcement of CR. So my intervention will be restricted to that. The budget para, which was part of the speech, is on the top. I will not repeat it. And at the bottom, what we had written is the part of the demand for grants, which is not part of the budget speech, but is part of the overall budget. So what you cannot see is basically the demand for grant did mention the 7 CERs, the city economic regions. These are Vizag, Surat, Varanasi, Pune, Coimbatore, and Bengaluru. So yeah, and on the right, also something which you are not able to read is there is now this new process post budget webinars which has been started for past few years by on the initiative of honorable prime minister, so that everybody gets together, including government, central government, state government, private sector, to discuss how to implement the budget announcements. And MoHUA conducted the post budget on CR and several other initiatives announced in the budget. And as part of that initiative, Honorable PM mentioned how planning is important specifically for tier 2, tier 3 cities to achieve our goals of Viksit Bharat. Now, the nodal ministry for this particular budget announcement is Department of Economic Affairs. So all I can present is my assessment. Final decision will be that of the Department of Economic Affairs, and we'll await for the detailed guidelines in that respect. But from the plain reading of the para, what we see is the thrust is really on growth, innovation, and creating opportunities in urban areas. It's not plain vanilla urban planning as we know urban planning. Focus is also to shift from mega cities and tier 1 cities to talk about tier 2, tier 3 cities, including temple towns. The next point which has been made is to leverage agglomerations. So till now we have been planning for cities as ULBs within the municipal boundaries. So the thrust is that look at agglomerations to achieve economies of scale, and also to have, in order to meet the economic growth and innovation, to have list of projects which are aligned with the growth drivers for that region. The outlay, as you all know, is rupees 5,000 crore per CR over 5 years. The implementation is through challenge mode, and there has to be a reform come result based financing mechanism. So presumably, since CRs have been named, perhaps the challenge will be for the selection of the project. Now again, I will again give a disclaimer. This is our understanding and not finally with what may come out, which we'll have to wait for the finance ministry circulars. The other thing which we feel is that the announcement is really aimed at building the work that Niti Aayog initiated in 2023 on city economic regions, though not specifically mentioned. So I will be also talking about this initiative and how we can take it forward. Next, please. We all know, everybody in the morning spoke about it. So when we, in the 2023, we were asked to work on city economic regions, we realized that whilst urbanization is increasing, we have a lot of mushrooming of unplanned urban sprawls, and the master plans were very focused on providing land use and basic infrastructure. what Honorable Secretary Mohua also mentioned, the missing link was the economic angle to planning for urban areas, and that is what we really brought out in the work that we started in 2023. Next, please. When we started, it was a 3-month exercise where a lot of in-house research was undertaken. We examined 12 cities where there was some kind of a planning for the city development. We also looked at 22 reports which had important chapters on urbanization. Having studied all of these papers, we tried to identify the economic strategies across geography and sectors followed in these cases. We also analyzed the economic strategies, their specific levers which were targeted, and undertook a comparative analysis. Next, please. We also realized that cities really, there are cities whose GDP is higher than some nation states. So we also realized that cities have that kind of a potential, and our cities, Indian cities, are waiting to really achieve that. Next, please. Based on all these examinations, we listed the 5 particulars which we found common across all these plans. That is, these plans had growth drivers, they had a specific approach to attract investment, they were sectoral, they were not generic, they had given targets, and there were specific recommendations. Though the specific levers were different across the different plans. Here we have listed the 11 cities which where we kind of mapped it. The light green ones are the Indian cities and the dark green ones are international cities. Next. Basis this, we identified 10 inferences which any urban plan should necessarily cover. If you do not cover all of these 10, then you tend to have a lopsided plan. And this was our major recommendation. Next, please. So we proposed 4 mind shifts going forward when we plan for our urban areas with an economic kind of a outlook. So first of all, we can't be reactive. We need to be proactive. So for being proactive, we need to look at the growth drivers, which is today everybody is talking about growth drivers. So identify growth drivers, what can be done to grow that particular area, and accordingly the other spatial planning should follow. Also, not just economic growth, we also need to make our cities livable, and climate is a big issue. How do we make them sustainable? So 3 pillars. Third, look at a regional context. So the region can be, defined by different entities. So it could be ULB plus peri-urban, or it could be agglomeration of some cities, or it could be agglomeration of districts. So it all depends on who is making the plans. And lastly, accompanying institutional reform, because when you go from ULB to a regional concept, intersectoral, then you need different and more robust institutional mechanisms. Next, please. What we have done in Niti Aayog as part of capacity building, we have documented the process as a proper framework. So for economy and investment, the framework has been formalized and codified. What we have done with METI, that is the Ministry of Electronics and IT, the NEGD department of METI, we have also prepared a dashboard which could monitor the entire process of preparing the economic plan. And also we are preparing the second, dashboard to monitor the implementation of the projects which these economic plans propose. With ESRI, we have gone next step to develop platforms So a dashboard is where you can only monitor. On a platform, you can also directly feed information. So that is the next step. This will really help in, accelerating the preparation of plans in a way that all the laid down steps are followed. The last two, what you are seeing is the frameworks are ready. Here we are working with WRI, and we are going to validate this framework in context of the next two plans that Niti Aayog is preparing in Madhya Pradesh. And like the financial thing, the first one, these frameworks will also be then notified so that it can be used by state departments, by other agencies for preparation of their individual plans. So this is the one of the steps that we have done for towards capacity building. Next, please. This is the step which needs to be followed, and we encourage all the entities who are doing it on their own to follow each of these steps to the necessary detailing that has been recommended. And the dashboard which I mentioned actually captures all the sub steps in this process. So a baseline, a deep dive, and giving targets, the SWOT of the region, identifying growth drivers, and ending with projectization and policy unlocks. Next. The trends also need to be kept in mind, because global trends, national trends, regional trends will have an important effect on this process. Next, please. So this is the framework which I had mentioned. We have an entire document, and whenever anybody requests us, we'll be happy to share it. And also we can connect you to NEGD, and once the SRE platform is there, that can also be used by respective entities for the preparation of the economic plan. All these steps were, hyperlinked. We have a detailed presentation for today. I have removed all the hyperlinks, but we have a detailed process, and this we had workshops held in Gujarat, and based on this, the state government went on to prepare 5 more economic plans. Next, please. We also propose a institutional structure, because when the departments do not work in silos, when they have to work together because of the nature of the project that we are proposing. Also, when there is an agglomeration of cities, we need to have some overarching, system, institutional mechanism. So this is just indicative. This is not part of our framework. For today, because there were ULB heads, I was told they are going to be present, so I just included it. But this is not something, this has to be kind of developed on a case-to-case basis by each state government. Next, please. So what does the economic plan present? The economic plan, just now CMD HUDCO mentioned about robust pipeline. The first thing, and he mentioned about tourism in Vizag, other projects. He'll be happy to know that for Vizag, and not only Vizag, 7 other districts across Vizag, we already have a long list of projects present as a robust pipeline. Next, please. So here, this is BCPPR, this is Odisha, Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Paradeep, and Puri. Some of the projects for in all, 85 projects were part of the project pipeline. For 38 projects, we also identified the location. Now, the identification of location is actively done in collaboration with the concerned departments of the state government or the district administration, wherever it is not possible, because it's not the case that all these 85 projects will be implemented today. This is a long-term plan, over 25 years. So, once we prepare the economic plan, the prioritization has to be done. Which will come first, which will come next, what can be sequential, what can be horizontal. So for 38, we were able to identify the location. Next, please. These and the projects are presented sectorally, sector-wise. So you will see even agri and fisheries in case of that region was a growth driver. In nobody's case, that only manufacturing and services will be a growth driver. You need to, improve productivity, make it more market oriented. So transportation and connectivity again is one of the enablers as well as a growth driver. Urbanization also growth driver. Also, we propose development zones. And in development zones, the approach is to develop this as, self-contained growth centers. I'll just come to one of the examples. Next, please. These are the policy unlocks. So each plan, economic plan, is also accompanied by the list of policy unlocks. For these are also done sectorally. That if you, for implementing these projects, you need to undertake some policy, reforms. And it's not as if these policy reforms are all at the state level. There are many central level policies also which need to be revised and which form part of our recommendations. Next, please. This is again for the Surat economic region. I won't spend too much time. We don't give employment and other such things. What we give is indicative cost and the land required. Also, the cost is all tentative because none of these projects, some of them may have a DPR in place or a feasibility report in place, but most of these projects may not. So these are all indicative, and post launch of the economic plan, the projects have to be broken down and their feasibility needs to be done, DPR needs to be done. So actually for that stage, I think an initiative like HUDCO's UiWIN is really good for preparation of these project documents. Next, please. These are again the reforms for the Surat region. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought they had put Vizag also. But we have similar projects and policy unlocks for Vizag. For some reason, they have not included it. My team has not included it. Now, coming to the budget announcement. CMD HUDCO mentioned about the various schemes of, MoHUA. This year's budget, past budgets, where convergence is required. Now, not only the schemes of MoHUA, but there are various other schemes. We have a very long list of schemes from various government ministries in the central government which impact urbanization. So what we really need is convergence across all of these sectors so that we can kind of leverage limited public resources and meet the final goal of making these cities as economic growth hubs. What we expect CR to fund is really the core infrastructure, the connectivity, common facilities, housing, skilling, and standalone. I will come to one zone, but let me just take the example of Bharuch, which is a district in the Surat economic region. There we have listed, several projects, say a tank farm to be developed or a jetty to be developed or some other connectivity to be developed. So ministry, for that kind of a zone, chemical zone, ideally we need to bring in the concerned ministry in the central government to see what all they can, support under their existing initiatives and what can be done under the CR. So CR should not duplicate the efforts of other schemes and other departments. And so we strongly recommend promoting convergence with other schemes, not only of MoHUA, but also of other departments. Then coming to the funding mechanism, it was mentioned what we are recommending to DA is that, we must not focus on just plain vanilla funding. That is not the purpose. What we need to do, and especially since DA is the nodal ministry, department, and having worked there for over 2 decades, I know the power that that department really wields in this kind of a space. So what they need to do is leverage the limited public funds and kind of, mobilize funds from other sources, PPP obviously is one of them. Then for bonds, some kind of a guarantee mechanism of securitization can be done. They can have pooled finance mechanisms. World Bank is there, ADB is there. We have colleagues from IFC. Then we have the infrastructure investment trust, market linked debt instruments. So there can be a number of things. And so that because 5,000 crore for one city economic region is not sufficient. So it's nobody's case that that 5,000 crore will just fund through a plain vanilla funding. We propose that other means of leveraging, additional resources need to be explored. Next. Also, the budget para talks about various reforms. We have listed some of the reforms in governance, regulatory, spatial, financial, sectoral, and as I indicated, the economic plan also gives a list of sectoral reforms, and all economic plans are not plans prepared by NITI. All that NITI does is provide knowledge support. They are prepared by the state government. So if those sectoral reforms form part of the plan, that means it has the blessings and support of the state government. The timing is something which the state government can kind of decide and what is the opportune way of doing it. So it's not as if, we impose something. The economic plans are prepared in a bottom-up approach in a collaborative manner. Next, please. This is what we just added a slide, but CMD has already mentioned how we think that, what are the key bottlenecks. Many of these things were mentioned and how UiWIN can kind of address it. So I will not repeat it because his entire presentation was focused on this. And I think all that we have written has already been covered by it. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Niti Aayog over the past decade has played a very crucial part in public policy and in bridging the gap between central and state governments. And thank you, ma'am, for bringing that expertise and insights, especially for the framework, for the preparation of the economic plan. I'm sure all our participants have received that and have made note. I would now like to call upon Shri S. Suresh Kumar Ji, Principal Secretary, MA and UD, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to kindly come forward for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So most of the points with respect to urban financing are being covered by both Sanjay ji and Anaroy madam. I will be focusing primarily on what Andhra Pradesh state is doing in this sector and what work we have done till now to leverage all these schemes, and also some of the innovative things how we are going to work on that. See, just to give a context, as we were all discussing right from the morning, the importance of urbanization. Like, Andhra Pradesh, almost with just 3% of geographical area, we cover about 40% of the population in the state. Cities in AP geographically covers just 3% of the geographical area, but it caters to 40% of the population. That too, in the morning also, Secretary Sir was also telling, we always talk about the geographical boundaries, but urbanization in India is beyond the geographical boundaries. In many places, we know that though the urban area will be limited, actually the urbanization has gone beyond the urban areas. So actually much more beyond the definition, many more people are dependent on the urban. Though we may say by seeing the geographical boundaries, only 40% population depend on urban, but actually it may be 60 to 70% in the country. Now, I'm not going into the theoretical aspect because most of these concepts are being already covered. Now, only what we are only talking about is, we all know about the gap, we all know about the infrastructure requirement. Now, how the state can have a clear roadmap to bridge this gap. So there are various things which are being already spoken about. Niti Aayog has done a lot of work on that, MoU has done a lot of work on that, and also HUDCO has come out with the new program based on the DES guidance and all. So all these things are being basically covered, so I won't repeat. So primarily I will only highlight these few issues. You know, this is not just about the financing, because as was told in the morning also, there is no shortage of funds available. We have funds floating around. But then how are we going to tap that fund for? For that, we need to make use of all these things. Technology is very, very important in today's world. You need to leverage that. Similarly, the financing instruments. Nobody is going to just come and give you money unless you are able to prove that you are going to make the best use of the money which is given to you. And there is also a commitment for the repayment of the loan which is given to you. And Government of India also here, as you know, in the case of Urban Challenge Fund or any other schemes, even up to 25% Government of India is giving us grant also. If I am able to tap X amount, Government of India is willing to give me some amount as an incentive in the way of grant also. Similarly, the improvement in services. After we all do all this work, now maybe this may appear to be slightly critic, but we all know 10 years we have done smart cities. But honestly, let us ask, how many of these cities have really become smart in the last 10 years? Now we again go back to the same old problems. We have done some work, but still whether the service delivery in those cities have really improved and became smart or not. Similarly, sustenance of these schemes. Operation and maintenance is the biggest challenge. The capex, we get some money, we build, but then very soon it become defunct or the service level quality is good. So when we plan about these things, we have to keep these things in mind. So these are further details, theoretical concepts about that. I'm not going into those things. I will only highlight a few points about Andhra Pradesh. Now, so this slide, it's a table which gives a lot of information in this. In last 1.5 years, removing lot of legacy, bottlenecks, issues, everything, we could somehow manage to actually put in track all these projects. From Amrit 2.0, UIDF, AIB, lot of projects which were actually pending or stalled for last 5-6 years were all put on track, and about 15,893 crores of work is today getting implemented in the field. And this covers mainly sewerage, drinking water and water body rejuvenation. We have given the highest priority for this. This is going on, and this has a timeline of about 2 to 2.5 years. So we are confident that by 28 end, we will be able to complete. By 28, we will be able to finish these projects. But as I was mentioning earlier also, yeah, this is the timeline which I just mentioned. You know, various timelines going up to 28. We are in a systematic manner across the state for all the urban local bodies. We are doing this work. Now, after this is again they have a huge gap. Now, we have not covered many priority items in that, including the stormwater drainage. I have a further breakup of those also. Now, this is the area where now we want to tap the Urban Challenge Fund, CER, municipal bonds, and other schemes which we were talking in the morning. Now, how best we will be able to do it, how our urban local bodies are prepared. We have done a small exercise. Out of the 123 local bodies in the state, 19 of them have absolutely no borrowing capacity. We have done a detailed financial analysis of all the cities, and hardly few cities have the capability to go to the market today and take loan. Now, how do we bridge it? We were talking about pooled finance. That's one of the alternatives given, pooled finance and pooled bonds, and also this is what we are now actually working. Having a proper financial plan for each city is very important. And morning secretary sir also mentioned about the digitization of the assets of the cities. Our cities are actually very rich if we count the assets, but we have never monetized the assets. Now, what happens many times, you know, when you try to do the value capturing of the asset, there's a criticism that you are going to privatize the cities. City has land, city has buildings, city has so many assets, but there is a reluctance, you know, for any governments to actually, you know, capture that value. Because of all the infrastructure development, what we are doing, the private developers capture those value. However, we are not able to capture, but absolutely nothing wrong in that. I think we have to seriously think about that, how best we can do this. Again, these are the concepts which we have spoken, pooled bond financing, other plans. Similarly, credit enhancement scheme also, I think HUDCO is again supporting this credit enhancement for the smaller municipalities. I think 5 to 10 crore loan, they will be giving a guarantee. We are working on this. Now, this is one small example about Visakhapatnam. You know how we have already done IFC loan. We have already taken about 486 crore of IFC loan without any sovereign guarantee. This is the first time in the country that IFC, in fact, Neeraj Gupta ji is here. First time in the country that IFC has given loan to a municipality without state guarantee. So this is a template which we want to replicate in other places as well. And these are the other projects which are almost in the final stages. Some DPR is ready, RFP is released. This is an example I am saying that Visakhapatnam being the biggest city in AP, having the capabilities able to do. I want all my cities to follow Visakhapatnam template. It's a very big challenge, but it's not impossible. Now, coming specifically also, we were talking about the zonal planning, regional planning already briefly. Anna Roy Madam also spoke about the CER. Now, Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Chief Minister has taken a decision that the entire state will have spatial planning, and the state is divided into 3 regions. Visakhapatnam Economic Region, Amaravati Economic Region, and Tirupati Economic Region. And already the orders are issued. Senior officers are kept in charge of these 3 regions, and each region we will be preparing an economic master plan. For Visakhapatnam, the master plan is already ready, which was released in November last year, which Niti Aayog has prepared it. Now for Amaravati Economic Region, we are in the process of preparing it. We are most probably taking the World Bank and ADB technical assistance, which we already have for Amaravati. We are in discussion with them. And for Tirupati also, we are going to have a model to do this. So we will have this plan, not just covering the city alone, but the entire region, even the area beyond the cities also. Cities will act as the growth engines, and the entire region, rural area also should develop. Now, these are some of the things which we are already doing. I'll briefly cover a few of them. Yeah, all the urban development authorities in the state, this land which is available, or the land or the government lands which are not with them, but which is available with the various departments in government. We have done a big exercise in the state about 1,274 acres. We have done a detailed analysis about the potential to do the land value capture. And now I'm happy to share with you that now 7 UDAs have the EOA proposals we have already received, and 21 cities, the EOA proposal is in the final stages. So we will be able to now mobilize funds from the market through PPP project, through Urban Challenge Fund, and through various modes and various categories of projects also, as I have just shown here. Similarly, the urban local bodies also. Now here also we have identified where is the land, where is the old buildings available, or where is the other assets available with them. This also are in the various stages. We are hopeful of mobilizing about 6,000 crores in next 6 to 9 months time. These are under various stages. As you know, all these things require time because financial structuring, we need proper guidance to them, and we should talk to the financing institutions. We should build confidence in them. This exercise we are doing in a very systematic manner. And various, you can also see various type of projects: bus stands, town halls, market complexes, solar farms, floating solar, and various diverse type of activities. And this is another example which we are doing about the maintenance of the urban roads under PPP model. Again, this is also a challenge. National Highway Authority is doing roads in PPP because they are able to collect the toll. But in cities, we can't collect toll. So alternate to that, there should be some financial incentive to the developer. In Visakhapatnam and Vijayawada, 2 cities, on a pilot basis, we have already started doing it. The tenders are floated, and we are going to develop it in a big way. If this becomes successful, then for the other cities also, more stretches of roads also, we are planning to do. Now I will spend a few minutes on state capital Amaravati. This again is another greenfield project which we are having. So some of you may be familiar with it. This is a greenfield city, 217 square kilometers of area under a totally different plan. We have a separate master plan. We have a separate development authority to do it. Under this, we are developing it with an intention that by 2050, the city will be able to house about 3.5 million people there. So this is the objective, and this is going to be a completely green city, and all the latest concepts of urbanization, learning from the global best practices, taking the examples from various countries with world-class developers and planners and architects. They have already prepared this. In initial time, we had the knowledge partnership from the Singapore government. Of course, World Bank and ADB are also now very much partner to it. These are the thematic representation. Like in the city, it is not just going to be an administrative city. We didn't want to commit the mistake of Gandhinagar or Raipur, because we all know that Gandhinagar and Raipur were infrastructurally developed, but nobody was living there. Don't want to commit that mistake. So right from the beginning, there is a government city there at the core, but along with that, lot of economic activities where people will be there, where a lot of economy will be there, entertainment will be there, education facilities, health facilities, everything need to come up together. And again, all these concepts, as I mentioned, green-blue network, highest across in India, it will be highest in the world, almost 30% covered. It will be completely green energy. Similarly, walk-to-work concept, minimizing the transport, because we all know that urban transport is one of the biggest challenges in India. Be it Noida, Gurgaon, Delhi, problems we are facing, be it Hyderabad or Bangalore, we all know that. After building the cities also, we are increasing the traffic problems. We are not reducing the problems. The traffic, we don't want that to happen. Similarly, all the utility will be completely underground. Everything will be underground. Similarly, yeah. Another unique feature of this, people first concept. After all, it's all the cities are built for the people. Involvement of people. This is the biggest voluntary land pooling anywhere in the world, where about 29,000 farmers have given their land, about 35,000 acres of land, in a development model. After the development, we are returning them plots. 1/4 of the total developed area will be given back to the farmers. So this is a very, very important concept, because that is the reason why in shortest possible time we were able to mobilize this. Now coming to what is happening there today. About 84,000 crore worth of infrastructure projects, including the trunk networks, layouts, buildings, everything will be coming up, and 57,000 crore worth projects are already tendered and ongoing, and another 27,000 is still in the financial closure and other things. And we have mobilized funds from World Bank, ADB, HUDCO, NABARD. If you can see that most of the bilateral, multilateral funding agencies are already there, and these are the major like big trunk infrastructure. As I mentioned to you, trunk road, 320 kilometer of grid network, establish a world-class transport system. Similarly, the land which were pooled, land development will be there. Flood mitigation work. Again, this city is on the banks of Krishna River. We are actually blessed with water, but we don't want that water to become a problem for us tomorrow because of flooding and other things. So that's being done in the beginning itself. This is just to show a snapshot of how the roads will be there. Because as I mentioned, the entire utility thing will be underground. Yeah. Similarly, these are some of the private investment which is coming. Not only the government public investment. What I mentioned earlier, 84,000 is the government public investment. These are the private investment that's going to come there. Almost about 109 institutions are already provided land in Amaravati. These are some of the examples. Education, health, hospitality, bank. There's going to be a finance city where almost all the banks and even NABARD and HUDCO, all of them are going to build their regional office. And then there is a knowledge city which is coming up. Quantum Valley, along with the first quantum university in the country, is going to be set up by BITS Pilani. There, and Global Leadership Center by CII. So this will actually ensure that the city becomes a livable city. It's an economic activity there. And of course, sustainability is very, very important. For the farmers whom I mentioned, that the land we have taken from the farmers, but it will take some time for us to develop and give the land back to them. Till that time, we are providing them annuity payments. We are providing pension to the people who were landless laborers who were living there. Similarly, we are providing a lot of skill development program, especially focusing on the women in that area, and this education health facilities are being extended free of cost there. So this is how we are developing the people-centric city. So these are some of the examples I thought I will just share with you, and there is a long way to go. So we are very clear about our problem, and we know there are a lot of solutions available. Now mapping this together and bringing them together on the table, and with the help of HUDCO, Niti Aayog and World Bank, ADB, all other people here in this room. We are confident that we will be able to prepare a proper master plan for the entire state and implement it successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suresh Kumar ji. After your presentation, sir, and looking at the detailed map as a lay person who does not understand these things very well, I have understood now that I should go and buy some property in Amravati immediately. And of course, the World Bank is here, so hopefully I will also get a loan or other financing. I am open to receiving a loan from you all. But I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for being nation builders. A huge round of applause to all of you as well. Take a moment to look at this person sitting next to you and say, thank you for building India. Please do it. Come on, you can do it. Look at the person sitting next to you and say, thank you for building India. We will go on to our next session now, and for that I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. P. Sampath Kumar, IAS, Commissioner and Director, Municipal Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh. We can give him a huge round of applause. And we will be discussing developing a pipeline of bankable projects, and for that I would like to invite on stage our moderator, Shri Neeraj Gupta, Principal Investment Officer and Lead, Cities IFC. I would also like to call on stage Shri Prakash Gaur, Specialist, World Bank. Shri Diljit Singh Khatri, DF, HUDCO. Shri Debashish Ghosh, EVP, IDEC. Shri Rajagopal Sunkara, IAS, Joint Secretary Finance, Government of Tamil Nadu. A huge round of applause to our panel, and I will hand it over to our chair and moderator.
Welcome everyone to this session. I think we'll straight away launch because we are standing between all of you and lunch, and we are running really behind schedule. So with the permission of the chair, sir, maybe I'll start my presentation. So I'm going to talk about fundamentals of bankable projects. I think we've heard a lot about challenges, etc. But before I do that, and I'm going to flip some of my slides, I think what is ailing the system in terms of getting cities to raise more commercial finance in India. So these are just two symptomatic slides I wanted to present. Someone mentioned in the morning about the size of bonds, the total bonds. And I think in India, 2015 was a point of inflection when SEBI came up with the municipal bond guidelines. So this chart presents all the bonds that have been issued till last week. I'm told Nashik issued another bond a couple of days back, which is not there on the slide. But as you can see, the total ticket size of bonds is just about 471 million. I think HUDCO chairman mentioned 3,000 something crores. So it's not even a drop in the ocean. That's the point I wanted to make. The average ticket size is less than 200 crore rupees. For India, which requires $840 million as per the World Bank study, again, you'll realize this is a very, very small amount. And these are very short-term bonds. A typical project in our cities takes 3-4 years to construct. And then, you know, the cash flows come in 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. So there's a mismatch between the cash flow requirements and the size of the tenor of the loan. So I think the biggest benefit of these bonds has been that there is an ecosystem created. There's enough noise in the system. There's a lot of awareness. There's a ecosystem of merchant bankers, trustees, advisors, handholding consultants. Cities have this awareness about bonds, and some cities have actually benefited from improved fiscal governance. That, to me, has been the biggest value of these bonds. But nevertheless, the size is low, so we need to scale this up. What it does not capture is loans taken by cities, because that's another instrument that cities can use. And those are actually much, much more than the bonds. I keep giving the, Sridevi ma'am was there, but Hyderabad has actually, I think, been the biggest borrower among all Indian cities in India. At one point of time, their loan book was touching almost $1 billion. Now, the second way of mobilizing private and commercial capital we heard was PPPs. and what has been the experience there in India. So this chart presents again from 1997. This is from a World Bank PPI database, private participation in infrastructure. The comparison of what is the share of urban sector PPPs compared to other regions in the world. So India is part of the SAR, South Asia region, which is the second last bar, it's kind of light blue, sorry. From the top, it's the second one. So as you can see, it's quite dismal again. South Asia as a region accounts for only about 3% of the PPP investments in urban sector. And this urban also includes metros, city roads, not just core water, wastewater. So you can imagine it has been really, really low. So I just wanted to present this to show that this is the magnitude of the challenge and this is the baseline we are starting with. So we have a long way to, and what are the core reasons? And these are kind of, you can call them building blocks of what a city needs to do to overcome the bankability challenge. The first one is the financial viability. We've heard that it is a challenge. Core infrastructure projects in water, wastewater, solid waste management do not generate enough cash to sustain the burden of a loan or payments to a private sector. And most of these projects will need to rely on subsidies. So project level bankability for most projects and most sectors is suspect. So what can one rely on is the credit worthiness of the city. And here I would like to make 2 points interesting actually. I think one example that the only time we as lenders in India have lost money is in an urban sector project. It was many, many years back, we lent to a private sector, which was a water concessionaire in a state, central India. And that concession was given out on the premise that the government will increase water tariffs by about 2 times. And that obviously never happened. No one came to our rescue. We lost our loan in that particular project. Why I'm quoting this example is that as lenders, we cannot rely on things that have not been demonstrated by you as cities. Unless you demonstrate that you have been able to implement tariff increase, you started providing connections, people have started paying you, your collection efficiency is decent, no lender or no credit rating entity will take promises into account that you will implement a GIS, you will do 100% enumeration, your property taxes will go up in 2 years. That will not be included to improve your credit rating or to give you better terms of loan or even to give you a loan. So first, cities need to demonstrate that this has been done. You are on a growth trajectory. That can be included in our analysis. So and that's a very important point because often we hear that, but I'm taking so many measures, my revenue will grow, it will double in 2 years. First, please demonstrate, then we will take that into account. And what happens in the absence of that is, even if you have a good bankable project, wastewater recycling reuse, Vizag has done that beautifully actually. Few cities have done it in India. Even if you have that, what is more important is the credit worthiness of the city. Because if a city is not credit worthy, but the project is credit worthy, then as a private sector or as a commercial lender, I won't really be able to sign an agreement with you because payment has to come from the city to me. So city's credit worthiness, the counterparts, credit worthiness is very important. And then I think lot has been spoken about risk mitigation, capacity and preparation. And I think what HUDCO is doing or trying to do through the UiWIN window is actually God's work, Sanjayji. This is really the grunt work, as we say. I mean, it's painstaking, but offering that help to a large number of cities will hopefully create a large number of bankable projects. I think UCF is a game changer. Sorry. Anyways, so these are just couple of headlines in the last 10-15 days. If you look at the subtext, I think for the first time in 32 years now I've been working in the sector, this is a very strong message that grants are reducing. Right? Most of the Government of India funding is being evolved into challenge fund or incentive funds. You improve your finances at the city level, you will get more grants. And that's, I think, been the biggest game changer. And UCF is one of the prime examples of that. Finally, what do we, when I talk about bankability, I was asked to talk about bankability in a little bit of detail, so that cities are able to understand what goes into making a city or a project bankable. So this is a very snapshot of what we use as a bankability framework. Suresh sir mentioned about our loan to Vizag, GVMC. So this is exactly the framework we use in the case of GVMC also to evaluate their creditworthiness and to sanction a loan of 500 crores to them. And I won't go through all the details, but I think there are two parts to it. And then the second one, so the first one is the overall institutional framework. We often talk about state devolution, city, as bankers, and as I believe one of the credit rating entities is also here. But we do look at what is the predictability and stability of the devolutions from the state government. So what is the overall institutional framework? Is the city empowered to levy more taxes? Is there a little bit of empowerment, independence? All that actually goes into account to determine the bankability of a city, particularly when you're trying to borrow and borrow commercially. And then comes the individual credit profile, where the cities, how is the city placed in terms of overall economic environment? Anna Roy ma'am talked about the economic growth regions. So what also matters is the buoyancy, the economic buoyancy of the city. Does the city have adequate industrial activity? Because your property tax will depend on that economic activity. So that becomes important. And then financial management, not just your financial ratios, but how do you manage your finances? Things like audited accounts, quality of accounts, transparency of accounts, disclosures. Do you know what your contingent liabilities are? Often we talk to city officials and CFOs and CAFOs who tell us, yeah, there are about 27 court cases going on. But what might be the potential liability from those 27 court cases? There's no estimation. So all those things matter quite a lot. And budgetary performance and liquidity and debt burden, these are core, these are at the heart of bankability. And these are, your various ratios, liquidity ratios, your performance ratios, your operating surplus, which is very, very important because operating surplus is used to repay the loan. So I think that's it, but yeah, sorry, this one. So in this, I think, again, I won't spend too much time because this is at the heart of what UiWIN will do. I think the first and the last column I want to focus on, because we talk a lot about structuring, risk allocation, etc. But project identification often doesn't receive as much attention as it should. How do we pick up projects which could potentially be bankable? I think that is the most important first step for a city. I've had discussions with the municipal commissioners who say, oh, this project is profitable, why should I give it to the private sector? I want to do it myself. It'll generate revenues for me. You need to be cognizant that private sector will not come in for very difficult projects, right? Private sector will not come in to say, okay, I'll take the risk of wastewater recycle reuse plant where the off-taker is not known, and you expect the private sector to put in, let's say, 400 crores in a recycling plant and sell the water and earn money from that. So these are some of the important points. And then the last one is post-transaction monitoring. I think we sign a contract with, let's say, a PPP contract for 15 years. You need to be heavily involved. Your work does not really end that you've given the contract to a contractor or a developer. You need to be involved on a day-to-day basis. You're still responsible for that service which is provided to the public. So you need to be involved very heavily. Accountability rests with you. And I think with that, I'll end it. I mean, if cities want to contact us, this is my email ID. We're happy to work with cities. We are happy to work a little bit on the structuring aspects. GVMC, we did spend a lot of time improving the DPR, looking at technology options, optimizing the DPR, looking at alignment, etc., etc. So we are ready to work with cities. Thank you so much. I'll now call my colleague Prakash Gaur.
By the time setting the presentation. Thank you, Neeraj. I'll be starting from where is Neeraj left. He gave a lot of gyan in the last slide, what is to be done. I will try to apply that gyan in my calm, what I have done as an asset manager for Andhra Pradesh. First of all, thank you, HUDCO, inviting us. more important, selecting a Visakhapatnam. Because when I was asked to present a bankability of the project, I could not find anything better example, which I personally was involved, that to not now, 10 years before, almost 2016, in the city. In 2016, when I joined government of Andhra Pradesh from Gujarat, the Honorable CM asked, finance the sewerage project of Visakhapatnam. The sewerage is not financed by the commercial way. It has to be financed by the grant support. So that's why you're here. And then the journey starts. So it's a classical project of bridging sustainability and bankability both. We can have a learning how the bankability project is to be prepared. English, we all know Visakhapatnam, so I'll not spend time on that. English. Basically, this project was taken almost 40% of the Visakhapatnam areas to cover, and it's a unique project in India, I would say, where it's starting from house service connection, collection networks, machine holes, primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment, and providing a product water to the industry. Covering almost marching towards zero wastewater discharge in the city. As you can say, this project covers almost 639 kilometers of sewage collection networks, coverage almost 1 million population, doubling current, what the current was, this thing is, and providing a product water to the industries. What is more important in this case is that this covers the entire project. So what the scale of the project was very large, almost it was a project of 1,000 crore. So it's very difficult to handle at well. So we divide the project in two packages, package 1 and package 2. As you can see from the numbers, package 1 was 400 crores and package was around also 500 crores. Thing is covering the components. So first package was taken while almost 46 MLD water. The biggest challenge for us was of the financing per se. Yes. From the financing per se, revenue mobilization, what Neeraj mentioned, all the challenges we are facing is, and we know how to move. When we came to the city, we realized the city is really dearth of water. So how there is a lot of scarcity in the water in the city. Steel plant, refineries were really struggling to build their capacities. Expansion of this thing is because of lack of water. So we start negotiating with them. They says nothing doing. We can't believe. And this sometime 2016, we cannot buy this water. So first of all, negotiating with them, coming on ground. Then we went to the multilateral agencies. I don't want to name them. They said, no, we can't finance the project. It's too risky. You can't get the sewerage. If you get the sewerage, how the bankability? Same the issues. The bankability will come. We again came back to the city. We signed, we pick up the power purchase agreement from the power sector, and we signed, convert this, what we call is water purchase agreement. We signed with both the PSUs, went back to the lenders, this time to the commercial banks. The Bank of Baroda closed the finances for this. And then we are able to achieve the financial closure. But the financial closure was not only thing is in this project, which I'll come back to. The governance of the project is also important. So what we did is, we use the GVSCL, Smart City Corporations, knowingly that more the Smart City Corporation after the program, how the sustainability will come, getting a separate vehicles, used vehicles, they become the executive agencies. Then they selected a agency for implementations. More important, not just capex driven, for 15-year operation maintenance. And of course, HPCL and steel refineries were. As you can see, the project rating was also done as that time BBB+. Because also important, which will make Neeraj happy that at least some rating is good. I know that you can finance that or not. At the project level is. So you then the financing structuring, we got 150 crore equity from the GVMC, come to GVSCL. Now the problem is the GVMC doesn't have its money of its own. So we raised the bond also. So in this project, you will see the bond raising, you will see the internal cash accruals, and you have the commercial borrowings from this. So almost 90 crore, 80 plus 10 crores grants came from the Government of India. That was used as equity. Some 10-20 crore was used from the various schemes which is coming is. And remaining 30 crores, Commissioner told that in 3 years' time, I will be able to give you some internal cash accruals from this thing is. 250 crore around that was retained from the Bank of Baroda's thing is. And that's how the project could achieve the financial closure. So you see, one part we see the governance structure is very, very important for project to make a bankable. It is not about a security mechanism. People, some take a misnomer. You give me security, you give me guarantee, you give me creditworthiness, and I'll finance the project. You can finance the institution. You can do corporate finance, but you cannot do a project finance in the absence of governance structure. So you have to put a governance structure in place. So as you can see in the previous slide, you have a program manager. So like we were acting like asset manager for the project completely, from the policy preparation to documentation, for implementation, everything was done through the APOML. So then the third thing comes with project management. You take any serious project, it never completes. And the reason being is, I'm talking about especially UGD system, underground network. You lay the network, you don't know where the network, when you go for testing, where the network is being laid, where the machine hole is really working. And this is the risk I was told by the multi-advisor. We're not worried about your treatment capacity, you have got data. We're not worried about the cash flows because you got the 2 PSUs. But our biggest risk what we foresee is how will you get the sewerage? And exactly that risk came when we start implementing the house service connections. So you see, we create a complete GIS-based map. Every day on my iPad, I can say today how much network has been laid in which part and which is a missing link, and whether the missing link has been completed or not. So knowingly that we have a timeline, we have a take-up arrangement with the PSUs, that how do we really implement this project so we are able to get the money in time and pay. Because see, the bankability is not, again I'm repeating the word, it's not about the security and structure mechanism. If your project is cost and time overrun, the bankability goes for the toss, this thing is. Because you have to pay for the project also, this thing is. So entire project was managed very well, this thing is. These were the arrangement from both the agencies, map from product water. So this was the first time potable water was provided to the industries of that scale. This highlights, not going to more details. I'll just show you the way it was implemented. You see that when the sewerage project is implemented, you always have a chaos around the neighborhood. But you can see the photograph itself speak the way the finished roads were restored here. In this, be it chambers, be it buildings, be it plant. And last but not the least, this is the water we are getting left hand side. You can see the bottle and the water which was coming out from this thing is. So the key learning from this is, where you want to make a project bankable, put a proper governance structures, do a proper security mechanisms, which has really spelled out thing is, and also put a proper project management structures. If these three things are not there, you may finance a project, you may get the funding for the project, but 3 years down the line, project is implemented. Thing is, what I'm happy to learn from my friends and colleagues here, this thing is that we are paying well. We are not defaulted as of now. This thing is, the entire payment has been done to the lenders. This thing is, so I think package 2, another thing which has been taken up, is open for the industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash. I think we don't hear about these examples enough. This is a great example of a well-structured project. Seems to be operating well and paying well also. Lucky lenders. But let me get to my panel now. So I think I would flip the order, maybe start with Mr. Shankara. And Tamil Nadu has this great example of the state level fund, TNUDF, which has come up like a center of excellence. It's helping city build capacity and all. You want to share your insights either from TNUDF or how Tamil Nadu is encouraging cities to come up with bankable projects and access commercial and private capital.
Thank you. First of all, my thanks to HUDCO for organizing this event. Tamil Nadu has already established some institutional mechanisms for preparing bankable projects. I would like to highlight that we have an organization called Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Development Board, which is our nodal agency for PPP projects, but also for project structuring and for preparing bankable projects. So though the organization was created 10 years back, it has matured into an organization which is capable of handling projects at scale right now, and not just highway municipal administration department, departments such as highways department, transport department. Since we're talking about city economic regions which involve projects of all departments, this kind of an institutional structure has helped in capacity building of the local bodies as well as the as well as at the state level. One particular example that I would like to cite is the 24/7 water supply project in Coimbatore. It was a project in the hybrid annuity model where there is 1 year of study period, 4 years of capex, and 21 years of O&M. There is a lot of upside for the state government, for the local body as well. One small efficiency improvement without any new house service connections is that the billing and collection was the scope of the concessionaire, and to our amusement and to our surprise, the billing increased from 31 crores to 44 crores, and collection improved from 31 crores to 47 crores, including arrears, in a span of 4 to 5 years. So this kind of efficiency improvement without any new capex is itself a big boon to a local body. Also, it gives some kind of assurance to the concessionaire that there is always an upside. So these kind of arrangements have been further scaled down to other tier 2 and tier 3 cities. The same model has been now implemented in Salem. So we hope that other states also, we hope to learn from other states also, that these kind of institutional mechanisms is like the baseline for creating bankable projects. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could maybe just ask, sorry, yeah, a round of applause, please. I think in recent history, it's one of the only water PPP transaction that has been successfully bid out, as well as operating well also. Just one clarification, if I can ask you, the contractor, I think Suez, is collecting and billing, but are they bearing the demand and revenue risk, or they give the money to you and you give an annuity to them?
So there's an escrow account, or they give, I mean, the money comes into the escrow account and we pay them the annuity on a yearly basis, which is prefixed. The revenue risk is ours because the rate fixation is in the hands of the local body. That is a politically fishy issue. So to make this project palatable, at that point of time, this decision was taken that this will be in the scope of the urban local body. But till this date, the project is going smoothly. Of course, a little delay is there, like any other infrastructure project. But both the corporation, the state government, and the concessionaire are still in good terms, which is an achievement for a water supply project in India. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. I just wanted to bring out that element, because often, you know, it should not be misconstrued that the contractor has increased the collection efficiency, so the contractor is taking that risk. The money goes to the government, and it's a good example of risk, what we call risk allocation. As you said, government is in a position to influence the tariffs, so government should retain that risk in case collection is low. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Ghosh, IDEC, I think, has been working with a lot of cities, not just in Karnataka, other states also. So your thoughts on, you know, how can cities be nudged and encouraged to develop more bankable projects?
Good afternoon. Thank you, HUDCO, for inviting us and allowing us to speak. And thanks. IDEC has been advising various state governments, ULBs, smaller entities across projects, across different sectors. I think we're looking at projects starting from the road sector to water, sanitation. It could be even girls' hostels. It could be stadiums, smaller projects. I think the couple of things we realized from our experience over our 25-year journey is 4 key areas for, especially for investments to come in. And I would break this into, let's say, the technical, financial, legal, and institutional. 4 key areas, and this is where a lot of small missteps keep happening over a period of time. I think from a technical perspective, a good DPR and a good technical report is critical for any investment to come in, whether it's from a private sector perspective or from any institutional perspective. And we were seeing this recently. I'll give you an example. We were doing a project in Chennai, which is the Adyar river redevelopment, an excellent project, and it's gone out for bid. A lot of data available helped in the bidding process. It went on a HAM process. A lot of data availability helped. So a good DPR with technical listing of, let's say, in case of urban, where the water pipelines are, or what is the the slopes or any other technical thing is very critical for a project to succeed technically. Financially, I think this is one of the key steps which a lot of projects have is assessing the demand, and we keep being very optimistic in our assessment of demand, and governments are very also in sometimes very optimistic in assessment of demand, saying, oh, this is definitely a profitable project, or this area is a prime locality, and that kind of brings in lesser private investment coming in. I think recently we've also seen that in most, let's say, PPP projects, we're looking at concession periods of 30 years, about 25, 30 years. But I think today the market is changing, and they would, especially in tourism projects or in real estate projects, the need for a longer term concession period is felt, that they would want it for a 45-year or a 60-year. So that's something which we do is something which we are realizing over a period of time, that private investors coming in would want to have a longer stay in the project and a longer stake in the project. That's the second point. The third point is, from a legal perspective, I think many of these smaller projects, like we were doing development of girls' hostels and across the state, I won't mention the state, across the state. But these are small parcels of land available with the department. But when we actually went out to survey them, we realized that either there is some development on it already, or there is some encroachment, or the land does not exist. It's just there on paper. I think that's something which is very critical to develop a good bankable project for investors to come in. Land records, record of title, extremely critical. That's the third perspective. And also from a tariff, if you're putting service fees or if you're putting levying fees, how is that levy done? Is it through an act or a policy? These are small things which increase the bankability of any project. The fourth perspective is from a regulatory perspective. This is again, we were working for a project, for a tourism project. The concessioning authority or the authority in charge for developing the project has to be a strong entity with people knowing what they're doing in terms of building the capacity of that organization. There are various examples where organizations are very well, TNIDB in Tamil Nadu is very well strong. You have KUIDFC in Karnataka, very strong entities. But in many cases, the actual sponsoring authority does not have the wherewithal of taking projects for a longer project. And especially if your infrastructure projects and which are taken on loan or PPP, these are all 30 years plus minimum. You have a 2-year concession, you have your financial close, you have a 2-year construction, you have a 28-year operations. So the capacity building of the entity and the entity itself has to be very strong for the project to succeed from an overall perspective. I think I'll stop with these 4 points and then take it on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Yeah, thanks for those. Mr. Khatri, coming to you, I think HUDCO is at a great vantage point, and I think you're closest to the cities, with your regional offices and all. Anything else you want to add more than what has been spoken by various people from HUDCO, including the CMD?
Thank you, and very good evening to all of you. From London, I will talk from the lender's perspective as to what we see in the bankable projects, and as to, first of all, why there is suddenly there is a lot of emphasis on bankable projects. Because of late we have been, since long time we have been doing lot of urban infrastructure projects. We have been financing a lot of them, but most of them were supported by the government guarantee or some kind of budgetary provision or shortfall undertakings. But now there is a paradigm shift we see in the projects which are going to come up as far as urban infrastructure projects are concerned, more so when they are mostly they are, social projects basically, which are for the benefit of the common people. At the same time, RBI has also recently changed its guidelines on as to what is a bankable project or what is a project finance. So which says that at least 51% of the debt servicing has to come from the revenues which is to be generated from the projects we are financing, whether it is urban infrastructure project or a social project or any other project. So definitely going forward, all the bankers are going to ensure that the projects which they take up for financing are basically bankable in the sense that they are getting serviced from the revenue which is going to be generated from those projects. And there is a valid reason, because it improves the balance sheets of the banks, and at the same time it reduces the strain on the state finances, state debt, or even it will reduce the strain on the FRBM limits also. And so far we have been doing only state sector projects, but yes, going forward, when now that the Urban Challenge Fund is in place, we definitely look forward to finance the PPP projects also. And my previous speakers have also shared their view that, in my opinion also, Urban Challenge Fund is definitely going to be a game changer for urban infrastructure projects, considering that there's a kind of 50% VGF for all the schemes, 25% of the grant from the central government, 25% matching grant from the state government. So viability of the project on a rupees 100, the viability is to be calculated only on the 50 rupees, which is to come up to which will come in these projects through the PPP mode. So these are the things these are very difficult. I mean changing times, and we are gearing ourselves to meet the requirements of these kind of projects. But yes, before these projects are really taken up, I mean, a lot of groundwork has to be done at the ULB levels. You know, they need to move from the traditional single entry bookkeeping system to the double entry bookkeeping, which is more disclosure oriented, which is more transparent, and they need to really have their fixed assets register in place, so that instead of offering government guarantee as a security, they will be in a place to offer whatever physical assets they have, which they can offer as a primary or a collateral security. And then third point which comes to my mind is, I think user charges they will have to redefine the user charges based on the projects, or maybe they need to look towards generation of more revenue generation, through which, I mean, at least if some part of debt can be funded out of those taxes, such as maybe review in the property taxes, or maybe updation in the assessment of the property taxes and other revenue sources which they have. Because one of the mandate of Urban Challenge Fund and the 16th Finance Commission allocation is that they need to increase their own source revenue to be eligible for all those benefits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khatri. I think UCF is a game changer, but the biggest paradigm shift for me personally is an institution like HUDCO waving the flag of bankability. That's good to hear. With that, I think we're coming to the end. Just a round of applause for the panel before I hand it over to the chair.
Yeah. Today we had wonderful discussion, very insightful thoughts from the all panelists and even our moderators, both Neeraj and Prakash Gaurji. So our problem statement is very clear that we require a lot of investments in urban sector, particularly for water supply, sewage management systems, and even urban transport and disaster resilient infrastructure to every city. So now we require investments. Market is telling that these investments are available in the capital market as well as development financial institutions like IFC, so World Bank, ADB, and other institutions like external multi-sectoral agencies are available in the market. The thing is, they require a project which should be bankable, and at the same time the credibility from the institution side, and at the same time constant revenue inflows to that project. So if we meet these three conditions, we can definitely build up a proper projects in the system. So we are seen lot of successful projects in across the cities, particularly in Vizag, where they are getting funds from uh, treated reused water. So our motive should be, we need to strengthen our urban local bodies. The capacity building is the main labs from our side. So administration has to take up this lead. From government of Andhra Pradesh perspective, our principal secretary told we had come up with a critical infrastructure gap, and we list out the projects which we need to undertake for the future, and at the same time we mapped available government of India funds and other funds, and then we are going for the capital market. So with this particular pathway, we we have completed certain mandatory things like improvement of our property tax systems, and strengthening our financial, particularly double accounting systems, and at the same time we have completed the platform which is meant for the particular municipal administration management. With these three conditions, now we had complete grip on the administrations. Now we are very much ready to take up these loans. So the biggest activity that our UiWIN urban investment is coming up with HUDCO. So every ULB has to utilize this opportunity of capacity building provision, and at the same time we are having Government of India's Urban Challenge Fund. So all ULBs here, they have to take the development partners, particularly experts from urban sector. With that, we can complete our whatever gap it is there in the infrastructure side in the urban sector. Thank you for all the distinguished panelists and moderators, and thank you very much for providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you to our lovely panelists, our session chair, as well as our moderator for this session. I now call upon BSA Murthigaru, Regional Chief, HUDCO AP, to please come forward and present some mementos as a token of our appreciation for your time and for sharing your expertise and wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have another technical session, but due to the time restraint, we will be doing it post-lunch after the photo op is over and the distribution of our panelists when we finish giving them the mementos. We will go for lunch, and we request all of you, if you could kindly, we had allocated a time for lunch, but we request you to finish your lunch as quick as possible and come back so that we can go into another interesting round of discussions in the afternoon. So we would request you to take 45 minutes for lunch if that's okay. So thank you so much to all of you. You were a wonderful audience. I think we should clap for our audience as well because they were so good. If you are not here, who will listen to us? So thank you so much. Happy lunch, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you to our lovely panelists once again. Beginning in the next few minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are in the lunch lobby, request you to kindly take your seats. We're about to begin. Without further ado, I would like to invite on stage once again Dr. P. Sampath Kumar, IAS, Commissioner and Director, Municipal Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh, who will chair the session in the afternoon as well. I would like to call Shri Raghav Madan, Director, Deloitte India. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the energy going post-lunch as well. Shri M. Nagraj, DCP HUDCO. Shri Shivaji Thautam, MC Sadasiv Pet. Shri Dhingal, Vice President, ESRI India. Huge round of applause for our panelists in the afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session, sir, and I hand over to Shri Raghav Madan.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here and present in front of you. And thank you for giving me such an esteemed opportunity. It's a post-lunch session, so I'll try to keep it a little light. I'll try to keep it a little pointed, and I would just request if, I know it's a little difficult, we are all a little sleepy after the excellent food, but if there is participation, that would be great. I would also like to thank HUDCO especially for this initiative. This UiWIN, IWIN initiative is extremely essential for us, for all of us to learn, to ideate, and to innovate. And at this stage in our ecosystem, it is especially important for us to innovate. Next slide, please. So I won't cover the earlier covered topics about the needs for asset monetization, the need for innovative financing. We've all heard quite a bit about the challenges that we are facing. And as Sanjay ji very excellently put in, there will be more than 87 crore people in urban areas by 2050. So the challenges in itself, they are quite evident. But what is even more challenging for us is that the government, the central government and the state governments are now looking to shirk their hands in terms of giving funds to ULBs, and they are looking at us to innovate. They are looking at us to come up with new models and leverage our existing assets to monetize them and basically develop new ways of getting money. So this session is about how to, first of all, identify the assets which are required, which will form a base for this entire monetization exercise. This identification of projects will, like I said, form a base for doing the entire feasibility study, the bankability assessment of those projects, doing the project assessment, and finally, we'll also cover certain principles, key principles that will be there to develop asset pipeline and selection of assets which can be leveraged for generating innovative financing modalities. So like I said, municipal assets are of various kinds. We have real estate assets, land-based assets, we have commercial assets, parking assets, we have transit facilities, we have stadia. But right now, the key challenge that we are facing is that these assets are not fully documented. And by documented, I believe that there are three aspects to documentation. Number one, either we don't know which assets we have, or two, the information of assets is so fragmented that it is not available in any one place where we can see and analyze. And number three, even if we have those asset registers, the estimation of valuation and updation of those registers is so outdated that we don't know how we can actually go ahead and leverage those assets for generating revenue. So this is why developing municipal asset registers becomes extremely critical for all of us. Right now, developing asset registers forms a foundation for the entire asset monetization exercise. These registers enable us to improve transparency. They strengthen the financial planning of municipalities. They enhance credit worthiness of the organization, and they can also help the private sector in their own planning of investment. So if we show them a very detailed pipeline of assets, the private sector would be very interested in actually investing them in the future. If we go to any private sector entity and tell them that this is one asset that I want to monetize, please come and invest. The mindset of that entity would be that I will need to form the relationships with the government all over again. I will need to train them and I will need to learn from them regarding their style of working. Vis-a-vis, if there is a complete pipeline of assets and if there is a continuity in policy making, continuity in project identification and pipelining, that really helps the private sector in making their own investment decisions. So which is why making an asset register and making a pipeline of asset becomes essential. Municipal assets, I will say they are of three key kinds. They can be operational revenue generating assets like parking lots, like stadia, etc. They can be land-based assets, assets which are currently not generating revenue, but which have potential to generate revenue in the future. And then there are services, municipal services, from which we generate revenue, but which don't actually figure in terms of assets. So it is important for us to look at all three of these categories in a holistic manner when we are looking at asset monetization. Now, asset monetization in itself is it's a slightly abused word, and people are a little scared of saying that we want to monetize assets, especially in a politically charged environment. We heard in the morning that there is a stigma associated with disinvestment, and even within the people, it seems that the government is washing their hands away from their own responsibility. But that is actually not what asset monetization is. You know, even if you do asset monetization, the end responsibility towards providing services to the user remains with the government. The ownership of the assets, that also still remains with the government. No, there is no transfer of ownership, there is only a transfer of rights. We are looking at improving efficiency. We are looking to monetize only those assets which are either unutilized or which are underutilized. We heard an excellent example in a morning session wherein the revenue generation from the water supply contract in Tamil Nadu, the revenues increased from 31 crores to 47 crores within 4 to 5 years. And that is the kind of efficiency that the private sector can bring in. Now, it was important to note that that revenue actually goes to the government. So that is going to be your earning, that is going to be your income, and at the end of the day, it's going to be your benefit. So monetizing these assets, doing PPPs and developing these projects actually helps you in the future. In most cases, assets are monetized through either concessions or through direct contracting modes. There are a number of structures which are used for monetizing assets. There can be direct contractual models like PPPs. There can be structured financing models like InvITs or REITs. But having said all of that, these are extremely complicated structures, and in my opinion, it is not feasible for all the ULBs within the country to actually get into PPP structuring of these projects, structuring of these financial instruments, which is where I would request HUDCO to play a critical role over here. Like I said, it is important for us to learn from each other. Developing capacity within each ULB is not possible, but it is important to have a central repository of the knowledge of the best practices. HUDCO can also help the ULBs in developing different types of contractual models. In fact, sir, I would request if you can also look at maybe becoming a central nodal agency and floating some kind of financial instrument like a REIT, like an SM REIT for these institutions. So, for example, I'm proud to say that we had requested SEBI, and SEBI has changed the REITs guidelines to allow small real estate assets and small REITs to also come in between 50 crores to 500 crores as well. So if we can pool in municipal assets and develop that kind of financial instrument, that will be great. We have also worked on certain monetization exercises in the past. I don't think I have that slide over here, but in National Monetization Pipeline Volume 2, right now we have developed a number of modalities through which assets can be modified, and we have developed a number of checklists through which those assets can be identified. The great thing about monetization pipelines and monetization plans is that while monetization in itself is not a new idea, right? It's been going on for a long time. It gives a structure. it gives a way for people to think about it. The NMP 1.0, it had a target of about 6 lakh crore and managed to achieve 5 lakh crore. Now we are looking at in NMP 2.0, we are looking, the target was about 10 lakh crore. That was the initial idea with which we started with. But when we started doing that exercise, we realized that the actual potential of the assets is much higher. If you look at the new national monetization pipeline which has come in, the asset base is actually 16.7 lakh crores. It's 60% more than what was the target given by the government. So that is the benefit of making a pipeline. The Urban Challenge Fund in itself can help in mapping these municipal assets. It can help in developing the project pipelines, in helping the ULBs in engaging consultants, and it can help in providing viability gap funding and providing catalytical capital for the projects to actually start. I'll just pause over here because time is of the essence. I'll just pause over here and I'll let the esteemed panelists speak a little bit more. So, Sampath sir, why don't we start with you about you'll close. Okay. Okay. So, Payan sir, your views on how technology can be used and leveraged in mapping assets and developing these kind of pipelines.
Yeah, I think just a disclaimer, I'm from a GIS background. I'm not a finance or risk guy, but I can see a GIS play a major part into knowing where is the asset and where you should build the asset. Second of all, globally, it has been seen GIS also gives you a direction of what is a bankable asset and which assets are economically viable. Just to give you an example, suppose you want to build a parking lot, multi-tier parking lot, and where you should build the parking lot and whether the parking lot advertisement will be relevant for the advertising agencies and all these things, you should have a GIS into that. Now the issue to the municipal corporation is, we are present in almost 90% municipality as a technology provider. These data of the where is the asset is in silo. There are various projects MoU is running, whether it's a smart city, Amrut, Swachh Bharat mission, or master plan. All these assets are GIS marked, but they are in silo. So when the database is in silo, you cannot think of economic potential identification out of this. So first and foremost, I think that it has to be all these data, which is GIS data, by the way. It is pretty easy to move into one single inventory and then integrate with that the purchase power and spending power word-wise. Again, this data is available, and integrate with that something very simple like the transport network data, the traffic condition data. We all every day use the traffic condition in our Google map. These are very, very important for creating a bankable or economic viable asset creation. So as a technology platform, it has been seen GIS as a horizontal foundational technology because it stored the location as well as other data analysis capability into that is critical tool into this kind of asset monetization thing.
Thank you. So Shivaji sir, your views on what are the issues faced by the municipal corporations in identifying and mapping their assets?
First of all, very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. So first I thank HUDCO for organizing this workshop and inviting municipal commissioners as well. Because as Roosevelt said, at the end man in the arena counts, or I would say man or woman in the arena counts. Because we are at the ground and we know the ground reality very well. And we execute the projects with the support of local people. So respected CDMM and Secretary Ma'am said, the days of grants are over. There is no free lunch now. So UCF is really an opportunity in this context. I would call it as an urban opportunity fund, not challenge fund. Because 50% is market linked and 25% center, 25% state. Now with the asset registers, Earlier, we used to do it to ensure financial discipline. We did not know the value. Recently, a few months back, our secretary sanctioned some amount to Isnapur municipality. I'm taking one example and like explain from commissioner point of view. They documented all the assets, created registry. All the assets means layout open spaces, community halls, function halls, burial grounds, parks, everything. And the valuation comes to around 350 to 400 crores. Earlier, even the commissioner, Venkat Kishangar, also did not know that he was sitting on that much money. Now, with these assets, now he's confident enough to speak to market and bring investment. So that so much of infrastructure created in Telangana government. Krida pranganas are there, community halls, and recently our CM has instructed all the government offices to move to permanent buildings. All municipalities have so much of infrastructure. And our government has also laid a very clear policy, Telangana Rising 2047. Divided the entire state into 3 zones. It's a core urban region, pure, peri-urban, pure, rare. Now with the infrastructure in place, we are sitting on so much of money, the opportunity, sky's the limit. But we did not know that. So earlier, whenever we commissioners gather, we used to talk, kya hai? Simply. Now with the guidance of our secretary madam, now we are slowly moving into that opportunity. And apart from the theoretical aspect, other key aspect, the major challenge is mindset change. So as I said, we commissioner did not know the value. We used to think state government will give it or central government will give it or property tax. That's it. That's where we stuck. Beyond that, we did not go. Now with this kind of exposures, with this kind of meetings, slowly with the guidance of our team, slowly we are also tapping into it, but we need mindset reset. So from reactive to proactive and from grants to this market-based funding. Apart from that, there is freedom challenge, I would call it. Because when accountability is fixed on commissioners, they are little fearful because they need to take the initiative. There will be pressures from political economy point of view, from other aspects. But when commissioners are given freedom and accountability, I'm sure they're very much capable and they can do it. Number 3, quality HR. Our engineers everywhere, and Telangana is known for its engineering excellence. So we need constant nudging, constant exposure, guidance and support. With those things, I think we can tap the market-based funding very well. And Telangana is already tapping it. Recently, Greater Warangal Municipal Corporation has more than 5,000 crores. German Development Corporation. And we have huge historical heritage also, the MoU rejuvenation project. So under heritage wing that we can also tap. So Telangana is already tapping, digitizing. The new opportunity can be availed with a change in mindset, courage to do it. And I hope we can tap it. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In fact, can I have a follow-up question? So this is such a unique gathering in which we have representatives from the planning agencies, from financing institutions, from development banks, from consultants. So if there was some things that you can request, some sort of support or anything that you would require in your endeavor to go from asset identification to actually receiving the proceeds. So what kind of support do you think that can really help in that exercise?
That's why I said all kinds of support, from hand holding to project identification to even the grounding. Because we are slowly realizing the value the market can bring. We are seeing it as a partner. So from project identification, documentation, now technology is a major player in this aspect. Telangana is digitizing very fast and we are at the forefront of digital innovation also. So we need hand holding, we need proper guidance. With that, I think we can achieve anything.
Thank you. Nagaraj sir, how do you think HUDCO can help in these kind of exercises?
So while agreeing the views of Mr. Shivaji ji, so from lenders perspective, I would like to give two own our examples. In the year 2023, so we have associated with the MCD, which is the biggest municipality in the heart of the national capital. So 50 acres are planned, which is just hardly 7 kilometers from the New Delhi railway station. They had a huge colony. So it was meant for their workmen. So it was in a dilapidated condition. HUDCO along with WOPCOs, together we had just designed, planned, and we worked almost for 6 months. So after the stage of everything, so planning and all, we thought that the financing, even we have in principally given a sanction also. When it gone for a documentation of this scheme, that means security aspect. So we came to know that there is no title documents at all. Though the position is in the MCD, there is no proper records at all. There is no documents, nothing. So ultimately we need to discard that project. Otherwise it would have been HUDCO's perspective, 500 crores of loan was there and the colony would have been developed. So one example. On the other side, it is exactly 21 years back story in the city Bangalore. So heart of the city, erstwhile BBMP was there. They used to have that parking garage of this garbage trucks. 10 acres of land was there in the Aki Timanalli. So HUDCO has immediately identified that BBMP was hesitant to develop that on the PPP model. That was the first project HUDCO and BBMP has done it in a PPP model. Then we have taken an initiative. We said we want 2% fee to go for a bidding, select the private party. Ultimately, so it was such a beautiful software technology park. During that time, there was a huge this thing for software technology. BPMP could able to get their money. HUDCO could able to get back our principal plus interest, and also 2% are even fee we charged it. So it was a win-win situation for all the three parties. So we strongly at HUDCO believe that we are not a lender. In fact, we are a developmental partner. We always believe that we need to strengthen this ULBs. They are the forefront. If you talk in terms of ULBs, almost tier 2 and tier 3 cities forms almost 90% of the ULBs and 40% of the population stays there. So this is the area where it will have a huge impact in case we go for monetization of assets by going for a asset registration, digitization of records. I think this will help in a long way. Thank you.
So, so you mentioned a very, very important thing in terms of digitization of records and keeping the records in a central repository. And I believe that it is extremely important to have a standardized model. Vapayanji mentioned about GIS mapping, etc. A central database of these assets could be essential, and it would actually help in lenders like you in taking financing decisions as well.
I absolutely agree. I think there are a couple of states like Telangana is in the forefront. In fact, Assam, silently they're doing a lot of work. So states like even what do you call Ahmedabad, city has done a great work. Surat has done great work. So Andhra is also doing. Tamil Nadu has done a really good work. So I think we need not go for any invention. Maybe some best practices can be followed, and I think it can be taken.
Thank you, sir. Sampal sir, your closing remarks, please.
Yeah. So far we heard insightful thoughts from our panelist and Raghav also. So in this perspective, I wanted to tell you about the Andhra Pradesh work which we have done for last 4 months, which is Government of India closely monitoring the progress. Now we came up with so every asset is being properly inspected, identified, then documented. Then we brought that information into the GIS layer, and in the meantime we have verified the title as well as the legal issues, and we are getting the information that particularly with regard to the registration department guideline values, and if any encroachment is there, we are trying to record the encroachment also. With that we have developed a portal. So now portal is available to the people to verify. So almost 68,000 assets came onto the portal with the GIS database, legal details, everything, and we have entered the complete life cycle of the asset, right from the creation of the asset up to the last stage of the asset. Whenever there may be a demolition or there may be a change in the structure, that is also being recorded. And at the same time, we are parallelly depreciation values also being calculated whenever there is a depreciation in the particular asset. So with that, we are completely comprehensively giving the information to open market. At the same time, as a state policy is not to take up left and right monetization of asset. So whenever a monetization activity is being taken up, we need to consider whether that monetization is improving the service delivery of the people, or if there is any infrastructural development which is visible and tangible to the people, that we are ensuring. At the same time, the transparency as well as accountability in execution, particularly whenever that project is being implemented. These two things we are taking it as utmost important. With that, see, we have seen many examples like Telangana and other state. As Nagaraj said, Assam has slowly, silently completed 100% asset management in the website. Government of India Director Sophia and Dahiya ma'am is following up that activity across the state. Now NUDM is coming up with a national wide portal with complete asset details of the all states. So here the thing is, the crucial part is identification of assets, municipal assets. So because employees are changing and nobody knows which site belongs to municipality. So that is the crucial stage. Proper identification, documentation, and checking up with the legal entities and the current value of the registration department. And as ISRI, they are working with us. We got their licenses. Now we are doing entire JS database with the ISRI platform only. So with that, we can come up with secured assets which can be monetized based on the requirement of the urban local bodies. Thank you. So thank you for Vinod and other distinguished panelists and participants. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel for being very crisp and clear with what you wanted to deliver. At this time, I request Mr. V.T. Subramaniam, Executive Director, Chennai, to please come forward to present mementos to our esteemed panel. Thank you once again, Dr. P. Sampath, for chairing this panel, and to Sri Raghav Madan for moderating this. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we can put our hands together. Some of the things that were discussed on this panel are why municipal assets register is most important for long-term financing, identifying monetizable municipal assets and asset monetization strategies, developing bankable projects, creating SOPs, toolkits, methods, templates for asset mapping, use of technology in asset mapping and monetization. I hope you all are very enlightened, and we thank this panel once again. Thank you so much. Thank you. We go into our next session now, and it gives me great pleasure to invite for this session our session chair, Dr. T.K. Sridevi, IAS, Secretary, Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department, Government of Telangana. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us today. I also would like to invite on stage Sri Vikas Chandra, Director, Deloitte India, who will be our moderator for this session. Welcome, sir. Shri Varun Kaushik, Director, AK Capital. Shri Umesh Khandelwal, CBO Tipsons. Shri Ajit K. Madan, Managing Partner, Prepi. And Shri Anindya Sen, Associate Director, Trust Capital. We welcome Anuradha ma'am, I'm so sorry. My sincere apologies. I missed your name. Miss Anuradha, Director, India Ratings. My sincere apologies, ma'am. Welcome. Welcome. Please be seated, ma'am. I'll arrange your card for you. So we would like to hand over this session now to Shri Vikas Chandraji to take over the session. Thank you.
Ma'am, with your permission, I wish to start this session. Yeah. Okay, so the assets are registered. We have bankable projects. Now let's talk about money. So where will the money come from? So this session will basically be focusing on municipal bonds and how it can help city finance grow. Next slide, please. Enough buzz has been about municipal bond primarily because of this. One, Amrit 2.0 had the scheme of giving a subsidy that has been continued. It has further been enhanced. The initial cap of 200 crores has been raised. Now you can get subsidy projects up to 1,000 crores. Urban Challenge Fund talks about it. They want the remaining 50% of projects to be funded by municipal bonds and other kind of innovative financing. So these are primarily the reasons why municipal bond is more important. Next slide. What has been the story so far? The good part is that many cities have issued municipal bond for the first time. Ghaziabad, Prayagraj, Coimbatore, so many of them, first time. So that is a great story. Second, the average coupon rate of all these municipal bonds, ma'am, it has been on the range of 7.5 to 8.5%, which is good. It is a better source of funding. Most of them have been oversubscribed 4 times to 10 times, which shows there is an appetite for the market to kind of ask for more funds. Surely, when you are interacting with many cities before, cities like Ghaziabad, cities like Mohali, they did not have, or they still do not have, an audited balance sheet. Many cities do not have it. Double book accounting has been long prescribed. Still we don't have it. Once the city come into this folder or into this lake of municipal bonds, they have a better financial discipline. That is for sure. Interestingly, in the Amrit 1.0, as a part of reforms, when municipal bonds was encouraged, it was basically about cities going for water supply municipal bonds. The condition mentioned therein was that only if a city has 24/7 water supply, you can go for bonds in other sectors. They changed it in Amrit 2.0. And interestingly, now we see that cities are raising municipal bond not only for essential infrastructure like water supply, but they are going for riverfront development, hospitals, providing industrial water supply. So the city requirements are huge. And the good part is more different and diverse sectors are being covered now. Second, there is a very famous 1983 World Cup movie, and it says, quoting Kapil Dev, taste success once, you want it more. The good part is that the cities are going for municipal bond again and again. Now Baroda did once, it went again. Pimpri did once, it went again. Chennai went again, that also in a single financial year. So the whole idea is you don't go to a destination and come back. Repeat customers are important. So the good story of so far is that cities, once they have put in the discipline, they put in the hard work, they are able to go to the market again and again. And that is a great news. So these have been the good stories till time. Next slide. Well, I don't know if this fundamental is required, but it is as simple as this. What is a municipal bond? urban local body for our infrastructure project. It goes to the investors or bondholders. It creates a escrow account which has a debt service reserve fund and which services the basic funding, and it pays back to the investor for the period. Roughly it has been 5 years, 4 years, but actually you can go for a much larger period. You might get 1% more, but the idea is you should go for large sector funding. Next, please. Two type of bonds, revenue obligation bonds and revenue bonds. Revenue bonds is a better one. I believe that is where the project is so good that you are able to generate market interest based on the project records, the project and the workouts. Next slide. Now, some of you may know it, some of you may not. These are some of the kind of basic words which are used in. What is the face value? What is the maturity date? What is the issue price? Tenure, issuance, coupon rate. Now, some other time, there is a very, very interesting e-course designed on municipal bond by the World Bank and the National Security Management Institute, and it is available for free. I will request the municipal commissioners, the state secretaries to identify a bunch of the crack team, their chief accountants, and give them, send them for a training. I am sure even HUDCO will be more than happy to kind of bring them all in one place. And some of them, these fundamentals are being trained in. Next slide, please. Now, this is very interesting. If you look at this entire rate, we are right there in that small top corner, very, very small share of municipal bond area. Look at US, look at China, even smaller cities, Korea, Japan, Spain, they are all able to raise much larger money than we do. The good part is more and more cities are kind of warming up, and they have learned this. Once they have seen the route, they will be able to travel more and more often. Next slide, please. Just to an interesting comparison between the India and the US market, I will go largely with the last part. What is the incentive in India and what is the incentive in US? Now, initially we used to, but the government of India has taken a policy that will not give tax exemptions for returns. There, in US it is about investors, but however, we choose the urban local bodies to be incentivized to raise bonds. Now, that's a great strategy because our urban local bodies actually need the pump in. Their financials are not weak. And out of the cities who were more than AA, the next cohort of cities are all B cities. And they would need some guarantees, some kind of a support so that they can move one notch, two notch above, and they can play in this market. So that is the situation here in comparison both the markets. Next slide, please. For some of you who would be interested in knowing it, there are 2 books available, all about municipal bonds. The other one on green bonds, they have been written by us. US Treasury, since I was associated as a national team leader for Smart City Mission for 9 years at MoUA, MoUA has a partnership with US Treasury, and that can be extended to any ULB which shows interest. They are free of cost. They have a partnership with MoUA, and they can basically work in with your cities on what is your debt capacity, what are your current liabilities, how can you fix your account systems. So that is available, that we can work out. The good part is the cities, once they find it, they are able to kind of take it further. These books, if you drop me a WhatsApp message, hello, I'll ensure that these you can get a hard copy and a soft copy of this. A good read, which will tell you the entire process and how different players are involved in and what is their perspective in evaluation. Next slide. This is a process of kind of how to issue a bond. This may look like a lot of steps, but it can be done as fast as 2 months. The basic fundamental is that the city credit rating is done. It is good. They have a good project, which is has clear DPR done, revenue streams identified. This entire process, if the state government is willing to support you, if there is a political buy-in for such things, this entire process can be completed in 2 months, 3 months. It is all your speed and how fast you can decide. Next slide. So we all know good interest rate, 7%, 8%, 8.5%, 9% maximum. So that is what you are able to generate. Now the government of India wants you not to swim a lake. They want you in deeper waters. Normally urban projects are typically small, 10 crores, 20 crores. In Smart City Mission, we had 8,000 projects worth around 1,50,000 crores, which means projects, an average value was less than 20 crores, 18 crores, 20 crores. Will that be enough? No. Can we club it? Yes. So the whole idea of creating a cluster of bankable projects, more so with the CER, we can have a larger vision and projects which lead to the larger economic growth. They are the one which need to be identified. Wide range of investors, 21 cities are there. There are very, very interesting names here. Smaller towns too. Who would have imagined that Ghaziabad will think of a project that they will treat their water and give it to Sahibabad, which is an industrial area just next door. And that will be for a fees. So the whole idea is there is enough benefits. This is just the moment. More cities have to learn to fly, and there are enough benefits for it. Next, please. I've told you about the entire thing. Before you get into this entire wagon of credit rating agencies, the merchant bankers, the legal counsel, and all those kind of stuff, identify a good project, get a kind of political clearance for doing that project, and if you have it, everything else can be done in the shortest speed, fastest finger first it is. Next slide. Next, go ahead. It is also important that we speak about pooled finance. Not many of our towns are big. It is time that we become cohesive. 4 or 5 municipalities all coming together. And if they are able to create a trust, create a SPV, put in the infrastructure, I think we have not tried this. There is a scheme which basically helps you to identify a project up to 500 crores. You'll get a clear incentive of 13 crores for every 100, which is around 65 crores first day. 65 crores first day for a 500 crores would mean that you're down by at least 1.5–2% of the total loan which comes to you. So pooled finance again is a great idea. We have done this in 1990s, have not done it for last 25 years. Perhaps this is the time for smaller cities to work out, maybe a bigger one helping the smaller ULBs around it, and we can have a large regional project under pooled finance. The last slide. Again, there is a process to it. It is all these documents will be available. Let's start the discussion, which will be much more interesting. Yes, please. So the largely most important, we helped Chennai raise municipal bond twice, and we had a team working with them. And some of the things, ma'am, which they did was that it is almost like when you go to a bank, you identify 3 years of money which has to be paid, put that into a separate account. What are the long pending liabilities? Can you sort them one by one? The legal cases, can you reduce it? And simple logic things, once undertaken, your balance sheet is better. You are able to get 1 notch, 2 notch better credit rating. I'm sure Anuradha ji will explain how cities can get a better credit rating, what kind of steps they had to work out. These are some of the things which I wanted to say. I think the time is just the right time. Urban Challenge Fund and the incentives, they are just for it. I think we are good to go. Please. Yeah. So after having said the entire tone of municipal bond, I'll request Anuradha ji to talk about the perspective of credit rating agencies and what cities should do to get a kind of better rating from them, and we actually benefit. Yes, ma'am.
Not many. I'll go through it very quickly. Around 10 to 12, but I'll go through it very fast because Mr. Chandra has already occupied, he's already covered. Mr. Chandra has already covered in detail as to, municipal bonds. So I'm not going to talk much about municipal bonds, but now be it a bond or be it a bank loan, what is required, one of the key requirement is to get a credit rating to determine the credit worthiness of the municipal corporation which is availing or going to avail a bank loan or getting or issuing a bond. I'm just going to focus on, as a rating agency, what are the key factors or attributes that we look at when we are assessing a municipal corporation or an urban local body. Now under Amrut, several municipal corporations, they got themselves an issuer rating. Now, whether an issuer rating is being done or it is a bank loan or a bond, the starting point is always to assess the corporation in totality. So we are looking at both the operational, the financial factors, we are looking at the credit factors, if there is already debt in the books of the corporation. And of course, we are also looking at, the capex plan or the capex that they have done. Now, in all of this, the assessment is done from a long-term perspective. So I'll just very quickly run you through the rating factors that we look at and some of the challenges that not only as a rating agency we face when we are rating a corporation, but also the corporation also faces certain challenges at their end, especially if they do not have any experience of getting themselves rated. Yeah. So see, these are your key attributes that we look at when we are rating a corporation. And the next slide will kind of give a in detail under each of these factors what we look at. So under institutional framework, these are the 4 key areas that we look at. Now, I just want to highlight one thing that, see, all municipal corporations are receiving some funds or the other from their state governments or upper tiers of government. Now, what we are looking at is that because they are also getting a lot of funds in terms of assigned revenue or compensation grants besides the revenue grants, it is good to know the frequency of fund flows and also, the size and the frequency that matters. Plus, we are also looking at the borrowing limit. Now, mostly municipal corporations tell us that they don't have borrowing limits. A few of them might have something part of their legislation. Also, it is at times very much determined by the state government as to how much they can borrow. So we would be looking into these aspects as in terms of the autonomy they have regarding their borrowing, or if there is a borrowing limit in place, implicit borrowing limit in place. Now, in the economic profile, this has already been covered earlier. So I would just like to highlight that on the third point. Now, MoU has already, under MoU initiative, there's already a city finance portal where corporations are supposed to put up their service level, their performance on service level benchmark information. But if we go to that portal, firstly, this information is not very readily available. Now, this is also a key rating information. And we want to see how the municipalities have done in terms of their achievement on these benchmarks which have been set up by MoU itself. And we always request this information. But in our experience, this information is very difficult to, have it in a way that can be used for an analysis. So, and you can see that the fourth point, we have highlighted the 4 key areas, at least where we expect the corporation has been maintaining the information, because at the end of the day, they are doing a lot of capex which are meant to improve these services. Now, these are again governance aspects. Here, property tax collection, which is a key source of revenue, and we require the information, how they have been, what is the collection efficiency. Then we also look at because corporations have their budgets, but we are also interested in knowing against the budget what has been their achievement. Accounting practices is very important because most of the time when corporations, they approach us for a credit rating, their accounts are not in place. They'll have the budget accounts, but they will not have the double entry accounts, the accrual based accounts audited. Even if they prepare accrual accounts, they would not be audited. So it becomes very difficult for a rating agency to actually use those accounts if they are not audited. So these are, these are already known to the corporations, but again, we are looking at a long-term trend. So all of these would be information that we would be seeking and analyzing. I just want to point out the capital expenditure utilization ratio. I think earlier also speakers have said that, whatever is budgeted for CAPEX may not actually be achieved, and therefore we look at it because municipal corporations are receiving a lot of grants from upper tiers of government, but whether they're able to make use of it and whether that is aligned to what they had actually targeted, that is something we want to see the demonstration of that, and hence this ratio becomes important. And if there is debt, obviously debt profile and whether liquidity buffers and all. I just want to make a point that the size of revenue as such doesn't determine the rating, nor does the liquidity buffers, because we are looking at all of these aspects in totality. So these are some of the financial ratios that we consider. I am not going through it one by one, but under each of these broad heads, this would be the ratios. And again, for 4 to 5 years is what we look at, how the corporation has performed on these ratios. What we did was we had a look at 53, we were targeting to look at 53 cities which have a 1 million+ population, but the data, as I said, is not readily available. So finally we had to bring it down to 34 cities, and most of these, out of these 34, 22 have issued municipal bonds. And this is an average number that you can see that because these are healthier and financially stronger corporations, so most of them have higher dependence on their own revenue and lesser dependence on grants. Property tax again is a key source of revenue. So what they have done is they have earmarked property taxes for debt servicing purpose. And this is again an average number. Revenue expenditure, what we have noticed is that it is usually establishment and operation which is driving it. Operating surplus, again, this is an important consideration for us because even for issuing bonds, you need to have an operating surplus. And what we look at is the consistency of the operating surplus. So just having 1 year or 2 year operating surplus may not indicate a healthy financial profile. So it is good practice to have a consistent operating surplus. Now, what we have seen is that all these 34 million+ cities, yes, so debt is very limited. So there is scope to or space to take up more debt. This has already been covered statewide issuances, and this has also been covered by Mr. Chandra. So that ends my. But these are the challenges, as I've said, that we face. And also corporations face when they are getting themselves rated. Yeah, that would be all. Thank you.
To start the discussion, ma'am, I have only 3 questions. Now, based on your experience as you're all distinguished people, how do you customize that? We can start from extreme left and take it here. 3 questions are, 1, which are the next round of next 25 cities? The first 25 have issued municipal bond. Where will the next 25 come in? First question. Second, municipal bonds, government has increased the incentive or the cap from 200 crores to 1,000 crores. Now 1,000 crores projects, how will they be developed? What is the challenges you find in the cities? And third, based on your experiences with different cities, if you can tell us, what is some of the learnings from many of the municipal commissioners who are sitting here? Sir.
Good evening. Taking the first question, in Amrut, the number of smart cities which were identified was something close to 500, of which only 36 had A minus rating, whereas 163 had rating in the range of triple B minus. Now what you said is very relevant. We have just scratched the surface. 22 which were probably the best amongst the lot, barring a few big munis which had not come to the market like Mumbai, Navi Mumbai and some metro. They have streamlined and had come to the market, and so far as you had said, the response was very encouraging and they have been able to garner resources at reasonable cost. Now taking the second 25 is the most difficult challenge, because there we will need new credit enhancement technique which would go beyond providing liquidity buffers. Liquidity buffers can enhance only up to a certain limit because it doesn't change anything fundamentally, but it is also very costly. So coming to that, like as you said again in your presentation, that there are many kinds of grants which state government gives to munis. So there could be some measures where these grants can be put in a conditional escrow and they can be intercepted if there is a problem. Now, second thing about the size, yes, we may see now a paradigm shift, because bigger munis who were not interested in, who were not that much encouraged to go for a bond issuance up to 200 crores where they get only 26 crore incentives, they would now be driven, since the incentive size has increased fourfold. And these are the munis which is expected to come immediately, where their requirements also is large. They can set up large projects, and their existing cash flow from the property tax can also justify servicing those higher amount of borrowing. One lopsided thing which we are noticing, that instead of analyzing what the cash flow the project can generate, we are trying to only see that how many times the existing cash flow can cover the servicing requirement. This may be a very conservative approach to start, but this can derail the whole process unless the projects being taken up, they also mature and they also generate cash so that they support the second line of issuances. And the third point is, yes, we would see a number of new issuances. Pool bonds, as you said, is an answer. Again, instead of pool bonds, which has to have a SPV or some other intervention, we can even have an obligor, co-obligor structure with a large muni borrowing and giving money for, and giving services, selling the services to a host of other munis in exchange of their proportionate property tax being escrowed and serviced. Now that obligor, co-obligor structure could also help if we don't want to go through the rigmaroles of setting up an SPV or any other independent entity.
Thank you, Anindya-ji. Two things which is very important. One, the credit rating of the cities was done in 16-17, funded by MoU. 9 years have passed. Many cities' property taxes have enhanced. I'm sure there would be a much better credit rating to be done. I think MoU is contemplating to doing this exercise again, and they want to fund the credit rating for all these agencies. So that is one. However, it has not come in officially till date. However, if I understand that if a city wants to revisit their credit rating, you normally spend between 10 to 20 lakh rupees for an independent evaluation or credit rating. So that is the cost approximately. Am I right, ma'am? Okay, ma'am will reserve her comments, but in range of that, you can understand. Okay, can we, Ajit ji, if we can kind of listen your point from the investors you interact with, what would 10,000 crore worth a bond mean? What would you like to see? How do you think you'll be able to sell it better? Your understanding there.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that
in this current market, it's more about, you know, the bond being secured in a proper manner. And one aspect is for all the municipalities which are A or less rated is to opt for partial credit enhancement. Now almost every DFI is offering this facility, and it makes more attractive to investors. And one more aspect that I would like to see is that you know, the larger investors like EPFO and LICs, some provision in their investment strategy should also be made for municipal bonds. After all, this is addition of urban infra which is critical, and I feel this is an aspect that should be addressed, which, you know, will enhance the investor base, and they have the appetite to go for these larger issues. This is what I feel.
And what kind of, in India, we are such a socialist mindset that we typically start developing the first projects of water supply, sewerage line, drainage line. हम उससे ऊपर ही नहीं बढ़ पा रहे हैं, तो we are stuck there. So do you think we are able to create 1,000 crore worth such projects which will be able to generate municipal bonds? What is your opinion there?
Yeah, I feel it is quite possible.
Said that we are stuck with sewerage and water. Without sewerage and water, no other project is going to run, isn't it? So please be a little more not rhetoric in your comments, so that this.
I understand, ma'am. Actually, these are essential infra. To usme the revenue streams are less. That's the basic. With 1,000 crore project, I was just thinking. That's where I asked the opinion. Yes, please. Please.
I would like to answer that question. See, yes, we have started, you know, there are around 50 to 100 to 200 crores bond issue have started. So specifically, you know, around, you know, initially the scheme has been launched up to 200 crores. So that's why most of the municipal corporation is been keen to raise up to 200 crores to get 26 crores, you know, subsidy. But gradually that has made a framework. The entire idea of the MoU is to create a framework, and few municipal corporation have stepped in and come with a second bond issue. That again 200 crores or 20 crores has been there. But the bigger picture is that they have understand the concept of leveraging, which is very important, because most of the municipal corporation which we speak, and again, you know, next 25, what is the early 25, see, still bigger municipal corporations have not come with a bond issue. So these bigger municipal corporations have more than 1,000 crores in fixed deposits, right? So there is a lot of opportunity for leverage, and I think MoU this another 1,000 crores is specifically keen and targeting for that. Second important role is the UCF fund, right? UCF, and that is where the MoU has changed the entire landscape and scenario. UCF 1 lakh crore 25% by the central government, and and the idea of the center economic plan, right? So entire idea, all these ideas are coming together so that, you know, bigger municipal corporations geared up for a bigger projects with the help of the UCF. Now the challenge there is, you know, specifically there is no framework right now. You know, few municipal corporations have, ma'am, but in most of the municipal corporations like that, they don't have mindset for leverage. Even though they have, I've seen, you know, many municipal corporations have fixed deposits of 500, 600 crores. So the idea is that they need some more entity like HUDCO, right, where they can handhold them, because HUDCO understand, you know, the government sector very well because as a merchant banker, we are facing that same problem. And I think the municipal corporations are also facing the same problem. So someone like HUDCO can play an instrumental role to bring up to them certain level, so that, you know, to make them, you know, flew in that particular trajectory. And once that has been started, then automatically huge amount of bond issue are going to come. Imagine what Srinivas sir has said, right? They're looking for 1 trillion urban infrastructure, right? And this UCF of 1 lakh crores is translated to 4 lakh crores, right? So huge infrastructure projects. So earlier MoU, I think, is targeting 200 crores, but now they're targeting 1,000 crores plus. And the UCF scheme can change the scenario again.
An interesting dimension you mention is that some kind of a capacity support can be provided by HUDCO to the kind of cities. what are some of the issues which you felt while interacting with different municipal
See,
corporations?
most of the municipal corporations are there. See, first is the mindset of leverage, right? The good one says ki they have money, they don't want infrastructure, so DPRs and everything is been. So lack of DPR, lack of, capital investment plan. If I'll give, 1,000 crores to any municipal corporation, they don't even know they have the project lined up. And the sir has also said that, Prakash sir has also said that, uh, once, once the project is not able to kick up or maintenance of this project, so that, in future the collections are not coming up. So we have seen that same, Pune syndrome. The same thing happened right now in the newspaper. So there is a huge lacuna and gap for someone to handhold them to the entire process. That is the first part. And HUDCO can play, I seriously think HUDCO can play a very important role to bridge that gap, number one. Number second, because once the framework and ecosystem is ready, because there's a requirement of funds in the municipal corporation. The second thing is that what quantum? Literally, you have just shown in your slide. There's in US, they have a tax benefits, right? So some way you have to create an ecosystem, like in the sovereign federation, we have seen a state STL fundings in 1990s, right? So government had come with an idea of, SLR. Otherwise, states are also not raising the funds on their own. If you look 1980s, 1970s data, so gradually, something has started from 1990s where SDL through, SLR status, the huge requirement has come up. So similarly, government has to come with some thought of, creating an investor ecosystem. And rightly, my friend has rightly said that, EPFO or, some other sort of, they don't want to give the tax break, it's okay. But Niti Aayog think tank has to think over a certain part, or, HUDCO, if the, HUDCO or the NAFBED agencies, they also get an investor backup by investing in these kind of bonds, right? For an ecosystem of provident fund, pension fund, that the market will be multifold, right? So automatically these, because the target is not 4 lakh crores, the target is 1 trillion.
Varunji, you have helped a lot of cities in their journey to municipal bonds. Two things, if you can highlight, which was the smallest populated city you helped in and your experience there? And second, roughly the bonds are around 100, 200 crores, which have been raised. And they have got a coupon rate of around 8.5%. If the municipal bond size increases, do you think the coupon rate will go down or it will be unaffected?
In terms of so in this year we have seen some 14-15 municipal bond issuances in this financial year, and you were quoting that thing that 25 already came in the market and when next 25 is coming. So I can ensure you one thing that very soon, maybe in next 6-7 months, you will see another 25 municipal bonds, because there is a buzz in the market. Now in terms of the smallest sized and the biggest size, smallest we have done for Bhavnagar. So Bhavnagar was only 25 crore rupees issue, and we have seen we have faced certain complications over there, because see, majority of the municipal corporations, they are on cash basis, and they want that they shall launch the issue on this cash basis only. So they have written to the SEBI that they need this exemption that they can go with the cash only, but SEBI denied that thing, that this is not in line with the market practices. So they have converted that cash to accrual. So that deal, it's a very small size, 25 crore rupees, but we took around 8 months to conclude that thing. In terms of the as on date highest is, see, in 2018 in Andhra Pradesh only, APCRDA, they have done 2,000 crore rupees, although not in the line with SEBI regulations, but MoUA, they gave incentive of 26 crore rupees. So this is in India till date, it's the largest municipal bond. Other than that, 244 crore rupees was done by Indore Municipal Corporation. You were just discussing that thing, that when this shift from water related project to other infra project we can see. So few corporations, they are already doing it. For example, Indore, they have done this 244 crore. They are building a solar project for their captive consumption. You quoted that Chennai, they have done 2 issues in this financial year. I will add in this that in this financial year only, Nasik also came with 2 issuances, and that too in 3 months. First was private placement and second was public issue. Just because of the proper corporate governance. What was the other question? So see, now many issuers, they are planning for public issuances. Till date, there are only 3 public issuances. One is by Surat, then Indore, and then Nasik. So in case of public issue, the coupon is decided by the issuer only. So that liberty is with the issuer, that so and so is my coupon. Now it is up to you whether you. So see, 1,000 crore we are already seeing. See,
this market growing and larger players coming in, this is some kind of a replica what happened to the state government guaranteed bonds. Way back in 2016, 15, 16, our 1,000 crore, or what Varun was telling, 2,000 crores issue for APCRDA was considered to be a sizable issue. But the rules of the game has changed, and now we are seeing one single bond issuance of 10,000 crores. Now, the answer about the rates, the rate difference is not very significant. It is about how we market it. When there is a large issuance, number of large players come in. They feel that there will be also secondary market churning, and there will be exit. So different kind of investors who are generally not interested in today in sub 500 crore issuances comes in, and the whole picture changes. It's very difficult to say how the rates would move, maybe, but it won't be 10 or to 15 bips here and there. Not much difference. It's how the marketing technique, the appraisal technique, and how the issue is put, and the investors who are addressed. That only would change the whole game.
Just a small thing that, see, coupon is driven by market. It's a competitive thing, and when the competition will come into the picture with the wider investor base, then we will see the once, because every issue will go on the bidding platform, and there is a competitive bidding process there. Right now, the number of investors are so small, but now Government of India, they are taking initiatives. In many other workshops, I have suggested this thing that, for example, Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Finance, they govern the investment pattern of PF funds. So there is a percentage of everything, 10% there, 15% there. So if they can write 2% in municipal bonds, so immediately you will see a 10,000, 15,000 crore rupees market will open there. So now in public issuances, for example, Nasik we have done in last week only. So retail portion we got around 45 crores out of total 200 crore. Issue was oversubscribed by 5 times. So you will see, once competition will be there, once awareness will be there, and once investor base will increase, costing will come down. It is not related to 200 or 1,000 crore rupees.
In fact, I was very happy to know that one of the municipal corporation, Baroda, they have come up and declared a debt management policy. So it is announced, okay, this is our budget. This part of our budget will go with municipal bonds. So because then the market looks upon you, okay, this is a guy who will come here quite often. Anuradha ji, one question which I have with you is, some city which is a smaller town, which is in the B grade ratings, I need 1 notch, 2 notch, 3 notch to go above to play in the capital market. What are some of the things a city can do to get a higher ratings, if you can guide something?
So I will not be directly able to say what a city can do to get a higher rating, but good practices, as I can always talk about. So see, what happens is that a credit rating is one of the first things, but the preparedness of the corporation is very important. So now corporations are, they are doing their accounting, and, some corporations might be doing fund-based accounting, and some of them are doing single entry, some of them have double entry, some of them have audited, some do not. So financially, the readiness has to be there. Secondly, before you approach a credit rating agency, the financial accounting has to be in place, the auditing has to be in place. And secondly, the operational detail, because it is not just the financial factors which drive the rating. We are also looking at operationally how the corporation has been performing, and it's a long term. So for example, property tax collection and other water tax and other tax collection or non-tax revenue collection. Now we look at granular details, because most of the corporations, since all these funding that they have raised, they are not from revenue generating projects. They are not, earmarking revenue generating projects for that. They are relying on property tax revenue. They are identifying property tax revenue and other tax revenues, user charges, and then these are being earmarked to do the debt servicing. So therefore, we would be interested in knowing the granular details of this. What is the frequency? What is the fund flow of this during the year? So that we get an understanding of whether with the existing tax or non-tax revenue, what is the debt servicing capacity. Now, therefore, the entire, the debt profile, the existing debt and, repayment schedules, all of them need to be in place. Secondly, what we hear is that, these kind of challenges are faced by even the metros and larger cities also who have issued. So, smaller cities with less than 10 lakh people, with a revenue base of, 100, 150 crores are definitely going to face these challenges when they come for a credit rating. And we have experienced that. And then we are asking for what is your performance on all the service level delivery or, core municipal services. Now that data is very difficult to get because of coordination issue also. So another good practice is that it's just not the finance department. The finance department also has to coordinate with the other departments to get us the data that we need. So some level of coordination is also very important.
So enough optimism, ma'am. Where there is a will, there is a municipal bond.
Actually, I'm going, as a chairman, I'm taking the prerogative of resetting the whole discussion again. We are not talking about municipal bonds for municipal bonds' sake. We are talking about municipal bonds as a means of supplementing or complementing the efforts of the local body to fund its infrastructure. Going by the first inaugural session where we were talking about, where Secretary Mahua also brought it very clearly, is we have around 5,000 cities in our country, above 5,000 now. And if you look at the capacity of local bodies which can actually do their own funding are less than 50, even less. I don't even count those, also 50 are still capable. And if you're talking about either smart city or so, 100, 150. But what about those 5,000 cities that are there, which needs to be fulfilling the requirement for service level benchmarks as well as the hunger for infrastructure that is required in those cities or the regions. We are not even talking about rural urban, because when we talk about an urban agglomerate, even these adjoining rural areas become the responsibility, or it becomes the responsibility of the local body in terms of its urban development authority to provide service level benchmarks, to provide the infrastructure that can actually bring in this kind of a thing where an investor can bring in or invest. So when we are talking about here, we have around 20-25 municipal commissioners. If I look at their responsibility, do they think at what should be the subscribers rate or token figure, or they think about what service level benchmark I should be crossing in order to make my city vibrant? I think municipal commissioners all will be talking about providing minimum service level benchmarks. Number one. Second thing is, for this to happen, there is a need to have infrastructure in place. Here is where the investments matter. If you look at the figures that we were talking in the morning, I was just making a quick calculation. There was a discussion about some 10,000 lakh crores every year has to be infused into the urban infrastructure for next 10 years in order to reach the trillion economy, that the investment that Secretary Mahua was speaking.
So quickly calculating, I was seeing how much should be required for Telangana. And it comes around 1 lakh crore because we are around 4%, 3.8 or 4% population, it would come somewhere close to that. And what is our budget in urban infrastructure? Even the largest city, Hyderabad Urban Development Authority, as well as the smaller cities put together, it's around 10 to 15,000 crores. So where are we talking? We need to up our investment by 6 times. So that is where we need to work backwards and say that, is our property tax enough for us to meet those requirements? No. Then we talk about other methods, like we are talking about the building permissions, value capture financing, and then monetizing our assets. Likewise, when we are talking about each of this as an instrument, there comes municipal bond. Just because there is an incentive for municipal bonds 5 times, you think that every municipality will be able to do this? No. That's not how things work. In a ground situation, it is like you are providing the basic necessities so that you reach the service level benchmarks, and thereby your citizens would be getting good jobs and they can invest their savings, and that is where subscriptions rise. So market also becomes volatile and appetite grows when there are more jobs. Are we creating that kind of a scenario for ourselves, our cities, so that they create jobs? They create infrastructure so that the service level benchmarks are satisfying. So in that scenario, if you look at where are we, how do we arrive at, or as municipal bonds as one of the ways of helping cities grow financially or to invest in infrastructure. So is that, what are the things that came up in the summary of the discussion is, every accounting system should be double entry accrual based accounting system. Yeah, that is one very good thing. Then disclosures. There was the India Ratings madam here talking about availability of information in the city finance portal. So disclosures is the second thing. Third thing is closure of accounts annually and getting them audited. These are the things that are required. If your finance systems are robust and your property tax is not on ARV, but it is on capital value, you are one step. You have already made baby steps. So from that angle, how do we look at, how do we get a better rating? You were talking about 2016-17, we did cities were ranked. But at that time, I don't even think they came at B or double B. Some of our cities, except for Hyderabad, which was A minus, there was all cities which were not even B. Then how do we do that? That is where our asset registers and inventories are properly evaluated, or we know the value of that. One of our municipal commissioners was mentioning that they didn't even know that they are sitting on 800 crores. This is something that has to be brought in where you value your assets. That has to be where your asset inventory is completely in place. That is what Sampath's session was talking about, having our municipal assets actually mapped and available to us. And then we go into, while giving a confidence that this municipality means business and doing well, automatically I think the appetite to subscribe for that municipality will be greater. So if you want smaller municipalities to go to municipal bonds, what is that we need to do? That is where in Telangana, we have come up with a policy shift wherein those municipalities within the ORR, 27 of them got merged into the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. That is a hybrid model we were talking about, a larger municipality servicing smaller ones, but we did it institutionally. And then because operationally it is hard to have 2000 square kilometers as one single corporation, we have divided into 3. This is one area where we can actually look at how municipal bonds can be given. So by doing that, 27 smaller municipalities will benefit from the municipal bonds when they go for it. So we have Cyberabad, Malkajgiri Corporation and GHMC, Greater Hyderabad, which are very, very ripe. So you ask from 25, how many the number goes? Maybe in Hyderabad, 27 would go next. In the country, you're talking about from 25 to how many? But with this single stroke of policy shift, we are able to bring in another 25 local bodies accessing municipal bonds in the next coming years. That's number one. Then there is also a very concerted effort in the surrounding semi-urban area of Greater Hyderabad or Hyderabad city, where we have come up with pooling of those local bodies and providing them the kind of a nudge that is required. So HMDA area got expanded to a regional ring road that is going to come. So here we have another 28 municipalities surrounding the city. So we have total of 133 municipalities in Telangana. Now we have 3 in the corporation in the core urban area. Then we have 28 in the other surrounding areas. Then we have another remaining 128 or so. But these 128 municipalities are barring 3 or 4 are less than 1 lakh population. So that is where the crux of the issue is. How are we going to bring them? To access municipal bonds as a means of supplementing their funding the infrastructure. So that is where the MoU has rightly thought about maybe credit enhancement scheme where smaller municipalities can actually start doing. But this is not all. I don't think there is the end in that. We are in the process. Maybe it's again, we need to really think about how viable municipal bonds would be for smaller municipalities as an instrument for investing into the infrastructure. But definitely for the larger municipalities, larger corporations, metropolitan cities, this is one of the best instruments available. But what about the second and third tier cities, to which we need to look at how we are going to build that kind of vibrancy in the local bodies that they will be able to access the market for the municipal bonds. I think this is a question unanswered. I don't think I have an answer, neither anyone in this room, because I felt that we are talking from the expertise of raising a municipal bond, but in itself it is not the end of the whole process. It is to service the service level benchmarks. We need to have certain facilities where the citizens or the cities become livable. That is the ultimate goal. And for that infrastructure itself, the numbers were daunting in the inaugural session. So I think we should put our brains together to see how we can all achieve this. More of funding into the infrastructure projects, especially giving them like water supply, sewerage and other things, because still we are not there. But if you are only going to go create projects, of course we did that. We did by creating or by going for outer ring road for Hyderabad a decade back or even 2 decades back, it definitely had given a lot of impetus to growth in Hyderabad city. But every city, maybe that is not how we can really get in, where you fund a infrastructure road project and then look at the development happening. So it has to be a balance between, essential services as well as a few which will be triggers for development. So from my point of view, I feel that the number of traditional or classical revenues for the local bodies, their own revenues, plus the assigned revenues, plus diversified revenue options like value capture financing and others, and then municipal bonds would be a good recipe for smaller and larger municipalities to fulfill the appetite for infrastructure funding. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panel, and ma'am, we couldn't have asked for a better summary. I request Subhash Reddy ji, Regional Chief Hyderabad, to please come forward so that we can present our dignitaries with mementos as a sign of our gratitude for their time with us. During this session, we discussed relevance of municipal bonds in UCF, strategies to improve standalone credit ratings of ULBs, improving municipal accounting and auditing of balance sheets and ULBs, process for municipal bond insurance for assessing funds from capital markets, actions needed from ULBs towards bonds insurance. I would like to thank all our panelists for joining us here on stage, and I will invite our next panel on stage, Dr. Sridevi ma'am, if I could request you to continue. So at this time, we would like to thank our panelists. Thank you, ma'am, for... I request our next panelists to kindly come on stage. Shri Saurabh Suneja, Director, NIIF. Shri Saurabh Suneja ji, Director, NIIF, will be our moderator for this session. We also have Ms. Padma Priya J, who is our partner, Grant Thornton, India. Shri Daljit Singh Khatri, DF of HUDCO. Ms. Monica Kalia, DMD, NABFID. Professor V. Srinivas Chari, Director, ASCI Hyderabad. We also have in our midst, and a pleasure to welcome, Mr. Paul Prosy, Country Director, World Bank, for this panel discussion, which will be around project financial models, different funding options, and financial closure. So I hand it over to you, Shri Saurabh Suneja ji.
Good evening, and once we settle down, I'll probably start off, the hosts have requested that instead of the originally planned hour, we will wrap this up in about 40 minutes. Let's try for that. So see, the setup is that Priya and I, we will make short opening remarks, and then we will try to maximize the time for this panel discussion. I'll take the liberty of using probably 3 of the slides that I had prepared. So, my name is Saurabh Suneja. I work with NIIF. A few people in this room may not have interacted with us. We are large equity investors into infrastructure, and we have done some work in urban. I'll quickly take you through that story and a few things that resonated through the day-to-day. If you could help with us, the next slide, please. So my plan through this presentation is to cover 3 things. First, to tell you a snippet about NIIF. Second is, I don't see Neeraj here from IFC, but he talked about how project identification in the context of PPPs is critical. So I'll give you a few reflections about that. And then lastly, I think from AP, Mr. Suresh Kumar talked about how money is floating around. And I think in the domain that we play, we could say the same thing, but what would it take to unlock some of this, this money is something that I'll talk about. Now, see, NIIF was set up a little over 8 years back. The reason why we were set up was that a lot of global institutional capital wanted to play in the Indian infrastructure space, and we are creating that bridge. The money that we handle is split across 4 funds. More than anything else, we are investors in the infrastructure space. 49% of the corpus that we manage comes from the Government of India, and the remainder 51% is institutional capital, and almost all of it comes from outside of the country. So what we are designed to do is to bring global capital into the country, and so that it can be invested for the long term. Maybe the next slide. This is what the portfolio of our investments look like. About 25 unique investments. In the infrastructure space, we have been able to build some of the largest businesses in India. We run a ports and logistics business where DP World is our partner. we have a large airports business. So not too far away from you, the new Bhogapuram airport, we have a 49% equity stake in that business. We run a roads business where we had 5 assets till recently. We ran and managed one of the largest renewable energy companies. We are one of the largest smart metering platforms and a few other examples. Now, maybe the slide after that. One more, please. This is what we have been able to do to date in the urban infrastructure space, and I wanted to use this opportunity to buttress the point on where, through our personal experience, we have been able to flow private investments into the urban infrastructure space. So these are all examples that have happened. We happen to own an infrastructure lending business. From that, we have been able to lend to water treatment projects, e-bus projects, and a biomass project. We, along with the UK government, had set up one of the largest green-focused private equity funds. Through this fund, we have exposures to water, and these are the Namami Gange hybrid annuity projects. We own a company called Kathari Water, that is the implementer. We also run a waste management business. It is called Ever Enviro, where we have an indirect equity stake, and they are managing and operating a few large projects in this area. Also, we happen to have equity stakes in Green Cell Mobility. This is one of the largest concessionaires of e-buses, and they are working in multiple cities in India. We also have exposures in affordable housing and in the healthcare space. Also, in addition to doing investments, we also very closely work with national and state governments, as in the Government of India and several state governments, in shaping new PPP ideas. And in that context, we have done a few other interesting things. One of the recent most examples is 2 student accommodation PPPs have been bid out successfully, and we had worked on this initiative with the Department of Higher Education for about a year. So this is probably what all we have been able to touch in the urban infrastructure space. Next slide, please. So, to our understanding, PPPs, in addition to the direct budgetary support and raising municipal bond or other sorts of debt, it can be a powerful mode to expand the latitude that we have with respect to financing infrastructure projects. We have taken the liberty of pinning down areas where we think there can be a powerful opportunity for such private investment to flow. To give you a few examples, we ourselves have done a lot of work in e-buses. Now, this is a scalable model. This is also a model where net the municipalities are able to save cost on a per kilometer of a bus run basis, and the municipality would be able to outsource the running of these buses along with the charging infrastructure and so on. As I was telling you, we have done some work in student accommodation, and this is a self-paying model. So worker accommodation or student accommodation in a build-to-rent infrastructure can actually create its own financial returns outside of India. It is an important asset class for many of the investors who invest money through us. So it's again a replicable model. It is just starting in India, and there are a few other examples. Maybe I'll take the liberty of going to the next or the last slide that I wanted to talk to you about. Now, money, so when we talk to the investors who put money into India through us, we see a fairly unsatiated need to deploy more capital into the country. It's about how do we intermediate and make this capital actually available towards opportunities. So I think I'll just focus on the first point, that if we are able to create bankable project opportunities at scale, the equity capital which is required to make these projects happen on the ground is not scarce. And I think through collaborating with all of you here, if we are able to add to the areas where private investments can flow, it will be fantastic. Maybe that's all from my side. Priya, over to you, please.
Thanks, Saurabh, and thank you, HUDCO and team, for giving us an opportunity to present our views here. Taking on from where Saurabh had left in terms of PPP projects, I would like to share some examples of where we have worked very closely with municipal bodies as well as urban development authorities in terms of how is it viewed from the private sector perspective. I think since morning we've been talking about more from the government side, but I think it's time we step back and look at what is it that is expected from the private sector. And I have 2 to 3 important points to make in terms of how municipal commissioners who are present here and elsewhere would like to address the expectations that the private sector has in a typical PPP project. So the first thing is that very obviously they expect a very deep level of involvement from the municipal commissioner stroke, whoever is the concessioner, the head of that concessioning authority, to be able to handhold them from the start till the finish of the engagement. So that is very seldom seen. Purely also as a bureaucratic setup, what we are seeing here is the person who perhaps conceived the idea of the project may not continue in the system in that particular city till the concession agreement is also signed sometimes. So there comes a disconnect in that. This is more so in tier 2 and tier 3 cities that we are increasingly seeing currently. Also what happens is at the project structuring stage, not all of the involvement of the private sector, different types of private sector are pulled in at the project structuring stage. For example, where we were working on an intermodal transit urban transport system for a tier 2 city, what we realized is there is so much potential to bring in more than one private sector to be able to complete that project, be it a developer, be it an operator, be it the startup ecosystem, which is very, very active in India, be it citizens level involvement, academia, and the student community. So this was very, very possible, and the entire thing acted as one particular private sector where the economies of scale and the ability to bring in efficiency in the entire project at an O&M stage was possible. Again, when we talk about this, when we are looking at this, developing this intermodal transit system, we wanted to bring in elements of green energy, green mobility, e-mobility, e-buses, and also in terms of how do you identify how operationally better a model can we look at. So there was a hackathon which was run. So all of these things was possible by that one person who took deep commitment in the engagement and ran through this bid process. On the flip side, we've also seen examples where people don't even attend the pre-bid conferences, right? So what kind of an ownership is expected? So the private sector loses their interest at the very beginning. Pre-bid conferences are predominantly held by consultants who only accept or reject the query which comes from them. Nobody looks beyond to say the why of a private sector asking a particular question and how are we actually enabling that to happen. So this is one expectation mismatch which we are recently seeing in tier 2 cities especially. The second is also in the clarity of the stakeholders with respect to the land ownership. Many a times we realize that, in terms of asset monetization, the land is there as one single parcel, but it doesn't happen that way. There will be 2 or 3 owners of the land, but who's that one authority who's going to bind all of them and ensure that land transfers between the government agencies are happened so that the land is transferred and the titles are held with one authority, which is typically the concessioning authority. So this is a very big lacuna in the system. And an example recently we've seen in a tier 2 city again is for development of a commercial complex where it will act as a big economic booster for the remaining infrastructure that is being created in and around that place. So this land became very crucial, and obviously 9 acres of land was available, but then we realized that the central government was holding another 9 acres very adjacent to it. And the whole project was conceived together as a large parcel. So economies of scale, more viability, etc. was feasible. But then the question came on who, rings the bell, where who will actually take that step to take it to the central government and ask for that land to be transferred to the state government. That itself is a 6-month process. By the time the bid document is already launched in the market and the bidders are ready. So the confusion is already created in the minds of the private sector to say, should I really bid for it? Do I have access to 9 acres or do I have access to 18 acres of land? Therefore, the viability of my project will get affected. So this is a very practical problem, and I think at the project structuring stage, the municipal commissioners and the concessioning authorities should bear this in mind and have a clarity and provide that clarity to the private sector. And last but not the least, whenever a private sector, a PPP project is conceived, typically what happens is, apart from the viability, the government or the municipal bodies assume that I have access to, this is my land, and you are coming in to put in a facility. So please add government offices into that building, then and add some other element. So a lot of other elements are being added to a project. Almost 40% of that entire built-up area goes for giving it back to the government in addition to the concession rights that they're giving. So it again, makes the project very unviable. How much ever FAR you use up and whatever innovative mechanisms you bring in, but it so happens that, the need for the government offices also, government offices or bus depots or MRO setups, whatever you name it, gets consumed by the government itself. So this is something which the private sector, we feel on ground, is not very comfortable, or at least they should have a very open discussion and working towards making the entire project together. I mean, they build the project together, of course, within the realms of the transparent bidding process. This is it, Saurabh, from my experience.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I'll weave in some of these ideas when I come back to you for questions. I'll start this with our host, Mr. Khatri. And Mr. Khatri, amongst the people who are present here, you are probably somebody, or HUDCO as an institution has worked the closest with cities and urban local bodies. If you imagine the archetype of a typical urban local body or a city that you work with, what are their pain points, or what are the biggest infra development needs that cities are grappling with when you talk to your clients?
I think mobility is one of the area where a major investment requirement happens, whether it is metro development, metro lines, or the construction of roads, city roads, expressways, then drinking water supply programs, and solid waste management, and I think waste to energy. I mean, these are some of the areas where major, I think, infrastructure investment requirement happens in the cities.
Fantastic. I'll then pick on these thoughts the next time I come around. Paul, I'll come to you next, and we had a interesting conversation about urban mobility as Mr. Khatri was talking about. See, you heard the broad fiscal math that is in front of us. If we take the dipstick that Dr. Sridevi before this was talking about, that apparently between the budget and the need there is a 6x gap. And you have worked outside of India in other emerging markets. How do we open up financing or fiscal options for our municipalities here in India? And maybe in the context of this panel, some other thoughts that you would like to add.
Well, yes, thank you so much. And I was not prepared. 10 minutes ago, they asked me to come here, but I'm super happy to be here because I have worked a lot on these issues around the world, in Brazil, in China, now in India. And there's my dear friend, the manager for Urban. But I want to take a little bit of a step back because I think we are talking about these topics kind of separate, PPP GPs, bonds, and so on. And I think and I think there was a comment in the previous session about a continuum of financing that is needed. And there's no way that the infrastructure needs in India will be financed by the public sector or the private sector. It needs to be a combination of both, and we need to be smarter. And the great difference for the bank I have to say, despite our name, World Bank, we have become a smaller and smaller bank in the world. There's a lot more financing available. We need to be humble that even when we finance things, maybe in urban, we spent around, 500 to $1 billion a year. Now, with the 1 trillion, we are 1,000 or less what India needs. So we are actually changing our philosophy from being a financing bank to a leveraging bank. And I think the government of India needs to move from being the financing institution to the leveraging institution. They have to have the same mindset change. So indeed, when you go into projects, and second thing what I would like to say is that we need to go away from this infrastructure finance. We hear about service delivery. Infrastructure for me is a means to get to an end. And there are big questions that you need to ask sometimes is whether you need more infrastructure or you need to optimize the use of infrastructure. And there's a big question with mobility. Do we need to build more roads, or is there a different way that we can optimize, make it more efficient, and by doing so, make it maybe a little bit more attractive for the private sector to come in? If you look at, let's say water supply, really, it drives me crazy amount of the non-revenue water losses that we have in this country, where basically we produce, X amount of water, and 50% or more is lost somewhere in the system. So I think there's a lot of optimization that can happen, and I think it is important for the public sector to get a little bit more of a private sector head on when they even design the public sector projects, to really say, how do we optimize, what are the risks, and what are the revenues that we get out of it? But not only revenue, what are the efficiency gains? Because I also don't want to talk only about revenues, because I think there's a lot of efficiency that we can get out of the system where we can have, let's say, better performance standards. And if you go down that line, you will basically look at projects, and what we try to do with the World Bank is do exactly what is said. I think the biggest challenge that we have in our project is not the technical engineering design, is when we ask our teams, what is the institutional setup? How is this going to operate? Who's going to be responsible for what? How will the monies flow? How will the revenues being generated? And then that's where we probably spent 70, because everybody will agree that we need better mobility, that we need better water. But I think the real critical thing is on the how we get there. And then by doing that as well, to say, where does we de-risk, and I see us as part of the public sector, de-risking projects. That's the first phase of project implementation. It's very hard for the private sector, sorry to say, to come in greenfield projects. But once you have demonstrated that this works, and we have put the first financing through the government onto a project and de-risk it, very often what you see is that there's a humongous, virtuous circle where the private sector comes in, let's say maybe first with the guarantee, and that's where we are also working much closer with our MEGA guarantee facilities and IFC, because we want to also see the World Bank Group working as one continuum of financing that doesn't have only the public sector, but also thinks with the private sector mindset and through guarantees, who we bring the full spectrum of financing available. And then very often what you will see is that you will stop financing with your public sector because of an opportunity cost. You can maybe put it somewhere else, and the public sector takes over and can operate. And there's actually good examples that you gave on, projects where we were involved and where we financed the infrastructure, the operation was done by the private sector. But we can work with governments to understand when they start competing with private sector financing and where they should actually leveraging the private sector financing to come in and allow the public sector finance to go to, as somebody said here before, to maybe some of the more basic services, maybe in some more peri-urban rural areas, but let these other parts of the system be taken care of the private sector. Let me stop here, but if you have any follow-up questions, let me know.
So, Paul, I'll weave in this de-risking element to the question that I wanted to ask Ms. Monica. So, Monica, ma'am, NAPFID is maybe 3.5 years old as an institution, but my understanding is that you have started to participate in the urban infrastructure space as a lender. Could you help us understand through examples a few instances where you have been able to back large urban infrastructure projects, and if you could emphasize on what was your underwriting case? What are the risks that you consciously avoid while working in this space?
Thanks, Saurabh. Before actually go into the examples of it, taking a leaf from the previous session, I just take a little detour, 2 minutes, I think with the permission of sir also. I think we got a hard stop at 40 minutes or so. But then a little detour is that, when we talk about, infrastructure sector, I think last decade, 2014, 15, 16, what we have seen was, this was a dreaded, name to talk about in the banking industry or the finances. So from there in 2012 where we were to where we are in 2022, we set up a new bank, which is NAFED, to, typically fund infrastructure, and to a point where we say the infrastructure finance has a, NPAs of 0.5%, is less than the home loan industry. What has made that journey possible? And this is when we are talking about, if I, weave these two things into it, that, while most of the infrastructure assets which are being held in the books of the banking industry or the financial institutions in the infrastructure, these are largely from the central governments, correct? They are the counterparties, whether we talk about SECI or we talk about NHI. So these are the counterparties whose, where the assets are being held, whether it is in a PPP mode, whether it is through a developer, say, even if I talk about renewable energy, it's a developer who is working on it, but the, my counterparty ultimately who is going to repay me is SECI. So it's central government, which, comes into picture in some way. But then cut to when I weave into the, the budget of this 26, 27, lot of emphasis on the urban infra. Like we still seeing that implementation of the Urban Challenge Fund, which is, being talked about. We are talking about increasing the incentive for the municipal bonds. We are talking about increasing the urban economic zones, regions and all. So a lot of emphasis now coming down to the urban local bodies or the states. So we need to, look at the replica of that ecosystem which got developed at the center level to the state levels or the urban local body levels, when we say that, okay, now the ecosystem is good enough where the financiers can come in, fund it, and then be, as Paul said, the de-risking or your sharing of the risk equitably between the partners happen. Now taking a leaf from what Madam Padma said, that, we are not seeing one person who's taking that ownership of driving from end to end. I mean, we all understand these projects are, from the conception to the DPR stage, at least 8 to 9 months. I mean, you guys can agree whether it takes more or less, but I think taking 8 to 9 months from, conceptualizing a product to becoming a DPR, and then, bringing it to the bidding stage. And then cut to when we talk to the financiers, they will take another 6 months. Then the development will start. So that means development typically takes 3 years. So that means almost, 4 years have gone. Within that, how many people will change in your department and your, as a commissioner or whatever. So can there be, and it is as I'm saying, it is an ecosystem which works together. It is not that, let me come to an example when you said, give me an example. So, we did a big project of wastewater management at Nasik. Now what is happening there is, the only responsibility what this ULB has or municipality has taken is to bring that wastewater to the treatment plant. So they have put in those, pipes or drains from where it comes to their center. And then second point was, what they did was they mandated that all the thermal plants which are there nearby this treatment plant, they will use this treated water. Now, and there is a developer in between. So we are funding that developer. Where is the revenue coming from? Revenue is coming from a escrow of that water charges, what they are collecting from these thermal plants.
So ultimately what, the urban local body or the municipality has pitched in is a very small amount, which is secured through that charges, which is continuous charges. So it is, when I'm talking about the ecosystem, it's like whether a municipality would have been able to do it on its own, probably no, because unless that mandate or a guideline would have come from the other department of the state government saying that thermal plants will mandatorily use only the treated water, they will have no access to any other water. This thing would not have worked. And third is the escrow mechanism. So when we are talking about institutionalizing the mechanisms, so whether, when an escrow account is opened and, all the charges which are getting collected directly goes into that account. So institutional mechanism has been set in place, whether it runs for a 20-year concession period or 15-year concession period, whosoever comes and goes, that is not going to change. Because changing the escrow will again take a, no objection from the financer. Financer will not give a no objection. Second point of it is, when you, I think till now what, data I was looking at, none of the municipalities use this, financial system as a source of, raising some money for completing their projects. Once you start doing it, it looks very difficult. I mean, it looks very challenging. When I read in the last presentation of municipal bonds, so many new jargons we are talking about, which probably you have not even looked at, which is a very common thing for all of us. But your pace of implementation, your speed of implementation, the end usage of the products and escrowing these mechanisms, that becomes very, very easy for you guys. And this is what I say, a bankable project. Thank you.
Thank you for your experiences. So I'll pivot this a little bit to going, slightly deeper into the commercial space. By the way, one thing that resonates quite a lot about, with respect to the wastewater experiences, for our under development and now partially operating data center, we use 10 million liters of day of treated sewage water, which was otherwise going into the river. And then our data center, we started to buy that water, and that's a big part of our sustainability sales pitch. So we are really proud of the way we are able to use that resource. Mr. Khatri, I'll come back to you, and I'll have a related question to Paul and then to Priya. You mentioned, and I think the CMD mentioned in the morning, that you would also start to diversify into the PPP space. Now, one of the necessary conditions for that would be the projects to be at least partially, if not fully, financially self-sheltering. In your experience of, the kind of work that you have been doing with the urban local bodies, do you see instances where there are large developmental projects that are also generating substantial part of their cash flow back and therefore would become candidates for private investment?
Even presently also, majority of the projects which we are financing, they are revenue generating projects. Whether it is, related to Virar Alibag multimodal corridor, that is also revenue generating. Then we have done one solar federalization project in Maharashtra, Mahagenco, which is back-to-back financed by KFW. So that is having PPA with the state distribution companies. So that is also fully, self-sustaining project. Total repayment has to come from the project only. No fallback option other than the project revenues. Then we have certain other projects we have financed in Tamil Nadu, which is related to, supply of recycled water to the industries, which is fully tied up, revenues fully tied up, kind of regulated tariff. Then we have financed one project in Tamil Nadu that is related to monetization of assets along the metro, projects. So we have done a lot of projects, many projects. Most of the projects which we are doing, they are basically revenue generating only. Only thing in some cases there may be some shortfall in the total repayment for which we seek some kind of fallback, from the agencies. But otherwise, most of them. Coming to your PPP projects, we are now venturing into private sector financing PPP mod. We have guidelines in place approved by the our board. Then we have inducted, 60 executives we inducted last year, and around 60 to 70 executives recruitment is underway during the current financial year also, so as to build up the requisite skill sets, technical and financial expertise to appraise those projects. So we are on the way to, being ready to finance PPP model projects also.
That's fantastic, and for a equity provider, it will be lovely to have one more potential lender that we can work with. Paul, coming to you, and thanks to the lunchroom conversation, I understand that you have had deep experience in other emerging markets. And Chansi, if you look at the India infrastructure growth story, we have kept on adding asset classes or areas where private investment can keep on playing a larger role. If you look at your experience of working in other economies, and now that you have started to work in India, are there some asset classes or project types that you have seen working well elsewhere, and you would have thought, well, it would have been great if in India also we would have such an asset class or such a project or institutions that are bringing these kind of projects out to market?
There are many, and I will list a few.
Yeah, we also want ideas as investors and lenders.
No, exactly. I think an area that was very successful in, and it comes a little bit back to your e-buses system. What I'm looking for in place like India, you can do the bottom-up PPPs, in redevelopment and so on, but they are complex. They will take time and so on. But there are some low-hanging fruits that if you find some level of scales like the e-buses, as you just gave as an example, is a good one. The other one is the whole LED for lighting in cities. There's humongous gains that you can get where your energy bills go down, and you have, let's say, a private sector very willing to come in to do the upfront investment, because very often what I find with energy efficiency, it's always like a question, why are people not investing? This is so a no-brainer to invest in energy efficiency because you have the rate of return within 2 or 3 years. So if you make smart, and we have done a very interesting project with Caixa, which is a financial intermediary in Brazil, that basically was providing financing for private sector to come in, and they had like 10 or 20 PPPs being done in tier 2 cities, because the tier 1 cities did it on their own. We were really trying to do something for the tier 2 cities that didn't have that upfront financing, and I'm happy to share that with you. The other one is the whole issue of pumping business in water and water supply and sanitation. The amount of energy that a lot of these water supply, utilities use on a monthly basis, and if you can bring in somebody that is willing to make the efficiency gain. So there's a lot of these very smart, scalable solutions where with HUDCO and maybe a financial intermediary, we can create a program that can at once roll out and really benefit many, many places at once. That would be the best way to do. There will still be a lot of PPPs. I don't want to kind of underplay PPPs, but PPPs is hard work. It is not something that when you come up with it, oh, tomorrow we have a PPP. When we set up PPPs, we spent like 1.5 years, 2 years structuring, thinking, because as you say, there's a lot of revenue, but to make sure that this like earmarked is put on an escrow account, or making sure that, let's say cities or ULBs buy in, takes time. It's not something, and then also on the regulatory side. So what I think India needs to look into is these quick wins, and I can tell you about the cooling as well. There's this whole issue about cooling and district cooling, if you look in these numbers that are coming with the development of cities, important to really think through that we need to kind of not lock India into the wrong urbanization. So we need to make sure in the next 5 years we make the right investments, because if we don't do, you basically have this investment for the last 50 years and painfully affecting your energy demand, your energy security, and so on. So I think I would really look into some of these energy sides and some of the urban mobility sides, because they are so important for the way that cities work. But through very high efficiency and technology that will help made in India and make India maybe also, let's say, kind of an exporter of a lot of this technology, you know, for the rest of the world. Because you have, let's say, the demand that you have the economies of scale that can also help you build an industry that can then export to the rest of the world. So I see a lot of plus beyond urban that you could do in investing in these areas.
Okay, so anything that we talk about after this point of time is slightly on borrowed time, but I'll try my best to squeeze in 2 questions, and using that liberty, just brief answers, please, from Ms. Monica and then to you, Priya. Priya, we have heard a few people talk about the idea of monetization of assets. But you know, I mean, urban assets are not something that you can go and sell and, you know, get money home. There has to be a cash flow or a business model point of view. Have you come across a few examples or ideas of assets that have become at least revenue positive from an O&M point of view, so that the concept of monetization can be applied to it?
Absolutely. Specifically in cases where an urban need or an urban service needs to be provided to the citizens, and you use the land base which you own to convert that and monetize that into a project which can not only sustain the O&M but can also give other immeasurable benefits. So we have seen such cases. For example, if you had an urban need of decongesting a particular city and you want to develop a integrated transport system outside of the city, perhaps on a hub and spoke model, then utilizing that land which is outside of the city, converting it into an infrastructure with monetization benefits and bringing in private sector efficiencies has been a model which can work very well. This is just an example.
Fantastic, thank you. Ms. Monica, last question, and pivoting back to the risk idea, and maybe a good thing to end on that note as a reminder. The recent most budget talks about a infra risk guarantee fund or a facility. I know that NAPFID has been working on it for some time. Could you tell us what are the principles that this facility is trying to address? I know that it is not yet built, but what are the objectives?
So very good point you have touched upon. I think the idea was, you know, of course, it will come, the implementation part from the government. We are yet to hear about it. But what we thought was basically, you know, these kind of projects where, you know, which are kind of more riskier, which are where the construction period risk is a little high, because we do understand that, you know, when we are trying to coordinate between various agencies, various authorities, there is a risk of, you know, this getting delayed, the construction period risk. And you know, typically when ULBs are coming up and going to implement these kind of projects, the experiences are, you know, yet to evolve. So we said, why not have a guarantee fund which can cover the construction period risk, so that the you know, the financiers, private financiers, find a pace where they say that, you know, at least say the 60% of the risk is getting covered from that. So 40% is something, I'm just giving you the numbers, the exact contours may be a little different from what we are thinking right now. So 40% is something which we can, you know, deal with and help the municipalities come up with these things. And what we are saying is not only the construction period risk, we are saying after construction for any project to stabilize, there is another 1 or 2 years period which takes into account for stabilizing that cash flows, income generations. So let's cover the risk up till that period. So this is basically what the thought process was, but we are yet to see what the government exactly comes out with. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last question that the time permitted, but I believe there are a few audience questions.
So I think pertaining to this particular session, if we have any questions from the audience, I'm sure our panel will be more than happy to answer these questions. We have mics here, so if you have a question for our panel, we'll be more than happy to take your question at this time. We have time for about two or three questions. This is actually a great opportunity to, yes.
So anybody can take, I'm Puneet Pandey from PRP. Maybe you guys are lending in projects in a big way, but there could be an option where you can invest from your treasury also into these infrastructure projects, because if these companies get rated, they get a decent rating, which as a treasury policy, you can invest into these bonds, because that will give instant liquidity to these players who are borrowing. Plus what will also happen, it will keep your investments also little liquid, because loans and all is very difficult to downsell it. But if you create a bond structure where you have kind of a strips, maybe a 10-year strips where you can sell, because a lot of mutual fund and a lot of investors in the short term buy these strips of 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, and the longer one can go to EPFO LICs who are not able to come into these sectors. So maybe that's an area you should look in, where you can earmark some money to this sector.
So I think just to let you know that NAFED, what it has been doing there, last year there has been a mini bond issuances of somewhere around 1600 crores, 1700 crores. Half of it is sitting in my books, treasury books. 800, 900 crore is with me.
Look to, if you want to sell, we can help you.
we can definitely.
Yes. Anyone else? We do have time. Anyone else who would like to ask a question to our panel? Yes.
Hello ma'am, this is Umesh Khandelwal. So my question is that since you have told in the partial credit guarantee mechanism which you're working, so you're assessing the different type of risk, right? Based on that risk, you are going to give the guarantee, right? So can you throw some more light on that? What is in the mind of NAVBID? Because all the municipal corporations, lower rated municipal corporations are facing that kind of challenges. So what you want from the municipal corporations in terms of, projects, right? And then how you are looking forward for the risk part of that. So we also get some idea so that we can suggest the municipal corporation on that kind of DBRN projects to be covered, which are lower rated.
So partial credit enhancement is a product which came through last budget. We had launched our product in September. It essentially means that NAFED is willing to take the first loss guarantee. So RBI came up with the guidelines, revised guidelines. They are saying that up to 50% of the lending that can be covered through a first loss guarantee by NAFED, or any other financial institution can also do it. So what we are typically looking at is, while it's open to the various developer companies and all, it is open to the municipal corporations also. In case the particular project what they are dealing with, that is not even getting rated. So through partial credit enhancement, it can get rated, because what happens typically, you would have seen, wherever the state government gives a guarantee to the bond, the rating improves. So instead of, so whether if we feel the project is viable in itself, it can generate the income, and we can, bind through various escrow mechanisms. It may be little niche. It may be little, when we say, okay, it is not able to generate revenue on its own, but then the revenue of the property taxes or any other revenues of the government, of the state, are good enough to repay, the credit can be enhanced and it can go to the market. When we say it can go to the market, non-rated, it cannot go at all. So it is becoming rated, at least in some manner, and of course it has to come to a level of a kind of A rating at least, or a AA rating, to become eligible. So we cannot make something which is not viable to suddenly come up to that level. So it has to first be standing at a BBB level on its own. Whether it is rated externally or it is not rated externally is a different matter altogether. But generally, when the rating agencies give a credit enhanced rating, they will give a standalone rating also. So it has to come up to a level of BBB, because then only anybody will show an interest to come and credit enhance it. So viability is something which will have to be looked at, whether there are mechanisms within the project itself or whether it is coming from some other source is a matter which will be looked at when we look at each of the project.
So it means a sort of a downfall mechanism in the event probability where, the entity or entity is not able to repay. That risk is being covered.
That risk is covered. So typically how it functions is, suppose if we have given credit enhance that and given a guarantee, that means if the municipality or any other the issuer is not able to repay the interest on the due date, NAFED will step in and repay. So to the investors, there is no risk. They will get a 30-day period when it becomes fall due for me, and then another 90-day period when it gets into an NP category. So you have a cure period of 120 days as an issuer, which otherwise, if you're not going through a credit enhanced product, you have no cure period. It will be straight away D.
Thank you so much. Sorry, yes, you have a question. Okay, we'll make this the last question for the evening. Thank you, sir. At the back. Please also tell us your question is addressed to the whole panel or to anyone in specific. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Chandrasekharan from Tips and Financial Services. We had done this Trichy Municipal Corporation. Ma'am, you're talking of the partial guarantee, ma'am. That comes with a cost. As you are aware, the low-rated papers already they are very sensitive. Too many people are having their eyes on that. And also they get the loans from their own development institutions like TUFIDCO, TUFISL or KUDFC. And if you go in for a partial guarantee, that pushes up the cost. So in this whole matrix, how does it make a sense, ma'am?
Sir, whole matrix, it makes a sense. For example, in the last panel, we heard Sri Devi madam saying, we need money, rate is later. The speed of the implementation and the services which you are going to provide is the first thing what we are talking about. The rate is better. It is one of the product. It is not the only product for you to come into the market. So of course, it will have, if you are commanding, so two ways the pricing is going to get covered. If it is a AAA rated paper, you have no market to come to the mini bond. You have no market. You have only term loans.
Be careful of having a full risk guarantee, because the private sector would be very happy to come in and do whatever, because they will be guaranteed anyway. So everybody needs to have a skin in the game. And of course it comes with a little bit higher cost, but at least you free up money from the public sector to put it elsewhere. So that's how you have to see it, not only as an additional cost, is to say we are not using our scarce public sector funding for this, because that's the private sector, comes with a little bit higher cost, but I can put that money to good use in other parts of my system. But never come with a full guarantee, only when it is really an emergency or whatever. But in other words, we want the private sector to put a little bit of skin in the game. If not, we kind of stop the whole logic of bringing in the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and what a lovely high note to end on, where the audience also actively participated. I do wish we had more time to take more questions, but the good news is we have tomorrow as well. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Vivek Gupta, HUDCO Delhi, to please come forward to present mementos as a token of our gratitude to our guests today. So we will be presenting Sri Saurabh Suneja, Ms. Padma Priya, Ms. Monica and Mr. Paul with some mementos. You can give yours to me then, if you already have one. Thank you so much to our lovely audience. You have been a rapt audience. A huge round of applause. for our guests today, and a huge round of applause to all of you as well. Please join us for coffee and tea served outside. Enjoy the lovely ocean. Take this opportunity to network with one another. And we will see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. I'm your host, Laura, signing off for today. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.